Denise Garrett in the, I guess the other side room. Will you promote them when the item comes up?
I'll just promote them now. I got
Okay.
a lot of fires,
Garrett in
a lot of
the,
balls I'm juggling right now. So yeah, we can do that.
Thank you, and I'm enjoying your singing. Will you promote them when the item comes up?
I'll just promote them now. I got
Okay.
a lot of fires, a lot of balls I'm juggling right now.
Screen that says we have been muted. Checking to see if we've got a city manager, a city clerk, and a city attorney on the screen. Once I see a city manager waving. I see a city attorney waving. How about a city clerk? Are we all? As soon as I see the face of our city clerk on the screen, we will begin, but I think we're poised to call the meeting to order. As soon as we see her. We are already live on YouTube, so in that regard, we are informally in session. We're experiencing a small technological delay, but it should be a moment before it gets resolved.
Hey, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Don't see her on the screen at the moment, Joseph.
Yeah.
There we go. Well, there's the city manager.
The city manager is on. I'm only.
Now we need the last missing piece of the
Not
puzzle.
really sure what's going on. Mayor, if you can hear me, I can
Yeah.
hear.
Still no sign on the screen.
Why can't Mayor?
Mayor, can you hear me? Christine is on, she's speaking, but she has no video. Can you hear me?
I see Jarell, but I can't hear Jarell.
Okay,
We're having that same
I
problem we
see
had at the
people,
beginning.
I can see Aaron. I can't hear Aaron.
so Joe, we have an audio
There's a little-
problem.
Nope. Your magic Zoom box lights up, but there's no voice in the room, unfortunately.
But
Now
I
we
can
can-
hear Jarell.
Now we
Yeah,
hear.
so we can hear each other.
Okay, great, great.
Hear you too. You're back with us in full
Okay,
technological.
so Christine, speak, see if he can hear you.
Can you hear the audio? Can you fix the audio?
We hear you, Christine, but we don't see you.
That's
Unfortunately.
fine. At this point, I have jumped through a million incognito loopholes to try to just be on. So I am on. I can see you guys. I cannot be a panelist or a host for some reason, but that's fine.
Yeah. Well, as long as we know you're there and you are officially with us in your
Yes,
in your role and you can call the roll and so on, then we can begin. So
that
at
is
5:11 PM, we will call the meeting to order. Bring the agenda forward. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilor Lindell, salute to the New Mexico flag, led by Councilor Romero Worth, and an invocation led by Councilor Abeta, followed by remembrances. Please rise.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Thank you, Mayor.
Are there members of the governing body who'd like to remember somebody at this time? Yeah, Councilor Viado.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to recognize the passing of Ted Swisher, who passed away on July 8th, originally from Buffalo, New York. Ted dedicated his life to Habitat for Humanity, even establishing a Habitat for Humanity in Australia. Ted was hired as executive director of Habitat for Humanity Santa Fe in 2010, and he retired at the end of 2019. And we know, a lot of us that have interacted with him around affordable housing, he dedicated his life to supporting affordable housing options and rehabilitation of low-income homes in our community. And his contributions will be felt by the generations of families and community members that he helped get into affordable homes. And I wanted to just send blessings and condolences to his family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? I'd like to remember Bumblebee Bob Weil, who we lost. A colorful man with a colorful nickname, a lover of Santa Fe, a lover of jazz music, a lover of art and culture and all of its manifestations here in Santa Fe, as well as an entrepreneur, a restaurateur, and just a man who loved life and gave life and joy to a lot of us. So Bumblebee, we miss you and your family. We care about you. You will always be a presence in our community. Councilor Beal Copeland.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to express condolences to the Cervantes family. Delia Cervantes was recently killed this week. She and her sister Carmen grew up here in Santa Fe. Many of us at Santa Fe High knew them well. She was a really very kind and sweet woman, as well as her sister Carmen. And I would like to recognize that she lost her life this week. And so I express condolences to the family. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other names before us, let's take a minute to reflect on those who have been named, on the people who are suffering among us from COVID, from post-COVID issues, from the mental and behavioral health impact of COVID, and from many different forms that our community has to recognize are among us. Let's bow our heads and think of them for a moment of silence. Thank you, everybody. If the clerk could please call the roll.
Yes, Mayor Weber,
Present.
Counselor Beta,
Here.
Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Garcia,
Present.
Counselor Lindell,
Here.
Counselor Rivera,
Here.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Here.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. Could I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve from Councilor Romero Worth. The second came from the thank you. It's really funny. The plastic makes it hard for me to track voices. From Councilor Vihel Coppler. Could the clerk call the roll on the motion, please?
Yes, Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Now we have the consent calendar in front of us. Councilor Lindell, you have a motion or a proposal with consent?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that, well, the proposal I have and the motion I'll make is to take item B. Is it item B? Yeah. Item B and move it to the end of the afternoon agenda.
Knowing we'll be, I think there's a desire to go into executive session around that item. And so if we take it off consent and then move it to the.
Correct.
end.
So that's a motion. Thank you.
There's a second from Councilor Rivera. Yes, Councilor Cassett.
I would like to remove item E simply so I can abstain as I was not there for the hearing.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear which one that was.
Item E.
E. Okay.
There's no hearing.
Mayor Weber,
Yeah.
so-
City Attorney.
I heard a motion to move something to the end of the agenda, so that's an amendment to the agenda. So that should be a separate motion than just moving things off consent.
Oh, okay. So first remove it from consent and then make a separate
could-
motion.
You could do it either way. You could do the whole, yeah, either way, but there, it's not the same as what Councilor Cassett is doing. So
Okay. So with that in mind, Councilor Lindell can simply remove it from consent, and then after we do that, we can decide where to put it.
Mayor Weber, that is absolutely one of the ways we could go forward.
Okay. Are there other items to be removed from consent then?
So I am removing item B.
Yeah, item B will be taken off, and then we'll decide where to put it. Yeah. Councilor Villarreal.
Mr. Mayor, I was just getting clarification on what,
Oh, I was
Yep.
removing item E so I can abstain as I was not present for the hearing.
but, okay. None of us were here for the hearing.
What? Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry. Yeah, on the consent agenda. Okay, good.
But I would remove item E because I recused
No,
myself
that's
from that vote. And so I do not wish to vote on that
Not on discussion.
on consent. Are you okay? Okay. Am I confused?
I apologize. I kept looking at E thinking, what hearing is she talking about? But you're referring to E that's,
Finding of fact,
Appeal.
conclusions of law.
On the
thank you.
we're on the consent agenda, so the
Yes.
letters refer to the consent agenda.
Okay. Counselor Vihil Coppler, you had your hand up.
I just wanted to say I have a question on item E as well.
Okay, so it's removed. Anyway, and you'll be running that. Any other items to remove from consent?
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
There's a motion to approve as amended and a second from Counselor Rivera, if I heard through the plastic correctly. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Consent agenda has been approved as amended.
And now I think if you wanted to suggest a place to put item B, it would be appropriate to make such a motion now.
Yeah, I'll make a motion, Mayor, that we take item B and put it at the end of the afternoon session.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Okay.
Counselor Rivera has seconded Counselor Lindell's motion for the record. Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Just to clarify, that's going to occur, that item will occur after the Midtown overview. And this is the chart item, so people in the public know. this
What we're
is-
talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. This is the request for approval of a contract for the chart process. So that would then, and it's been indicated a desire to go into executive session to discuss that item. So we would then suspend our meeting, go into executive session. So there's a motion and a second. As to
Mr.
where
Mayor,
to-
I have a question.
Yeah,
So
Counselor.
where exactly is it going to be? A new 12? Or is it going to be a new 13? Or it won't be under 12B because that's not Midtown.
No, it would go, if I understand it correctly, probably, well, do you have an intended place? Do you want to put it before matters from the city manager or after communications from the governing body?
Let's put it at the end. Let's put it after communications from the governing body. So it's clear that it's at the end.
It's it would be the last item on this afternoon agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to move that because we will anticipate going into executive session to discuss it. Could the clerk call the roll on that motion, please?
Yes, Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. We then go to the approval of minutes, the regular governing body meeting of June 30, 2021. Are there changes or amendments to those minutes? And if not, can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve the minutes.
second.
Counselor Garcia moved to approve the minutes and Counselor Vihel Coppler seconded it. Could we get a roll call, please?
Yes, Counselor Lindell,
yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Abstain.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Then item number 9, Madam Clerk, could you present that for the public so everybody knows what item number 9 is?
Yes, item number 9 is a presentation. It's a cannabis update. Our city manager, Jarrell LaPenhill, is available for this item. And I just want to note it is an information only presentation.
City Manager, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the governing body. We are joined tonight by three esteemed guests. There's a lot going on in this cannabis space, and so we wanted to start tonight by providing a high-level overview. We're joined tonight by Superintendent Linda Trujillo, John Blair from RLD, and Emily Kaltenbach. And what we've asked them to do, as you see in your packet, there is an abundance of information. And so what we wanted to do is take probably about 30 minutes tonight to give, we'll ask RLD to give about a 10-minute overview, and then Emily will give about 10 minutes, and then we can engage in additional conversation. There's a lot of work that's gone on. There's a lot of work still yet to do. The quality of life will take up this item again on their next meeting. So this is the beginning of a lot of work still to happen, but we thought it was important at the governing body level to provide this broad overview. So with that, I will turn it over to our esteemed colleagues from RLD.
Awesome. Thank you, Darrell. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. We've all met before, but I'm John Blair. I'm currently the Deputy Superintendent at the Regulation and Licensing Department. We are involved because the Cannabis Control Division was placed within the Regulation and Licensing Department through the legislation that was passed, in part because of the experience the department has with efficient licensing and processing all those sorts of amendments in an effective manner. We're going to sort of give you a short 10-minute-ish run through of what's happened, what's happening, and what's going to happen in the near future. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Feel free to interrupt me at any time. First of all, the bill became law the governor signed it earlier this year, and it became effective on June 29th, so just over a few weeks ago. That is the triggering date that created the division that now exists. It also is the date that possession of cannabis became legal in New Mexico. So as of June 29th, it is legal to possess a certain amount of cannabis flower, cannabis edibles, and cannabis extract at one time. It is also the day it became legal that you could grow cannabis at your own home. The standards for that are one adult 21 or over can grow up to 6 mature plants in their home. A home with 2 adults in it can grow up to 12 plants in it. But if you have more than 2 adults in your house, you're still limited to 12. So 12 is the maximum amount that people can grow. It is still illegal for people to purchase cannabis in a different state and carry it across state lines into New Mexico. That in part is because of the fact that it's still illegal at the federal level. There is some expectation, as recently as today, I think a number of US senators made a presentation around trying to legalize or decriminalize cannabis at the federal level. There's a sense there's some growing momentum now that there are some 18 states plus the District of Columbia who have legalized it. And so there's some sense that this playing field may change in the next 3 or 4 years. So the big dates that I'm going to tell you about, and I'm sorry I don't have a visual to sort of share with you to make this easier, but there's 3 big dates that are coming up that are really fundamental to the decisions you are making and to the citizens of Santa Fe. The first one is September 1st of this year. And by that date, the legal term was no later than September 1st, we have to begin issuing licenses for the cannabis producers. The cannabis producer is a term of art within the industry. You should think about a producer as a farmer, someone who is growing the cannabis. And so the reason that those licenses have to be issued first is because they need time to grow the product that will be sold sometime next calendar year. And so we have conducted one rulemaking already on a set of producer rules. We are out for public comment on an updated version of those rules, and our next public comment or our public hearing is August 6th. We would welcome any input from the city to anything with regard to the producer rules, and we're happy to talk with you about those. All that information is on our website, which we can get for you as well. One thing I want to point out about the producers that I think will be relevant for you all in your decision-making is that the majority of the cannabis that's being grown in New Mexico now is not being grown out in fields under the sun. Most of it is being grown in warehouses where there is a very meticulous science to each plant has its own pot. They are using a sort of potting soil that doesn't have any nutrients so they can control everything that goes into the plant. Each plant has its own drip system and its own fan and its own light system. And these are in warehouses that are by and large nondescript. And so there's at least one or two in Santa Fe that you've probably driven past off Airport Road without knowing what's in that building, and they're already building that. So with regard to the ordinances that you have to work on for the city, I want to make sure that we talk about that going forward. While we're talking about these production sites, we have been fortunate since we started working on cannabis earlier this year to have been invited to take a tour of some production facilities and manufacturing facilities and some retail facilities. And we would be happy to arrange that for any or all of you who'd be interested to get a sense of what this really looks like for the people who live in Santa Fe and sort of the different ways that you can pursue this from an economic development angle. So we offer that to you. We're happy to follow up at any point. Just let us know. So again, that was a long way of saying September 1st is the first big deadline that we have to do. The second big deadline is January 1st, 2022. And no later than January 1st, we have to issue all the other licenses for the businesses that relate to the cannabis industry. These are the cannabis retailers. So the people who are the retail front, the dispensaries, the thing I think that most people think of when they think about cannabis. Another version is the cannabis manufacturers. These are the people that will take the cannabis plant, the trimmings and the buds and all the stuff that has the THC, CBD stuff in it, and will turn it into other products. It is like being back at Santa Fe High in the chemistry lab. It is people in white coats with these very high-tech machines, and things get distilled in chemicals and spun around and heated and cooled and spun around again. And it's very high tech, but the end product are a lot of what people are buying now as cannabis products. Edibles, chocolate bars, there's what called bud butter. There's cannabis oils, cannabis vapes. There's lots of different things that people can buy. So that's what the manufacturers do. There are couriers, which are people who will be able to deliver cannabis from cannabis establishments to people who purchased it. There are some testing laboratories, there are research laboratories. And so there are a variety of licenses that we have to work on. So to do that, we are going to start making public a number of rulemaking packages that relate to all those things. And they're going to start happening. You're going to start seeing the RLDs doing a rule hearing, it seems like every couple of weeks, because that's that volume of work that has to be done. Included in this, outside of the licensing work, we have to come up with the rules around how businesses can advertise. There's provisions in the bill that says any of the advertising can't be intended to recruit or make it look attractive to children. We have to come up with all the rules around how the materials are packaged, how they're labeled, what material, what information has to be conveyed on every package of cannabis that is sold from a retailer. And so there's a lot of that work that's going on right now. And then the third big date is no later than April 1st is when the retail sales of cannabis are to begin. And we are hopeful to not be butting up against all these statutory deadlines. Our goal is to be issuing licenses before the statutory deadlines and to be selling cannabis prior to that April 1st date. I wouldn't suspect it would be a lot earlier, maybe in the month of March, maybe late February, but there's just so much to do between now and then. But we are working aggressively to have this industry in place so that people can jump in and get employed. A couple things I want to highlight, and then I'm happy to take any questions that you all have. And I know the superintendent is letting me take the lead on this one, so she can answer questions as well. But one of the things I want to highlight is that right now, because it's still illegal at the federal level, federal banks will not do any banking services with anyone working in the cannabis industry. There are some state banks that will, and there's a credit union that will, but they will provide banking services, but they do not provide any loans or capital investment on the front end. And so for people who are wanting to get into the business, they have to have the money up front to get the lease space, to buy the land, to build the warehouse, any of those things have to come from them in advance. And so that's a big thing. The second thing that I want to highlight for you is that in the bill, within the licenses, there's a real focus from the governor and the sponsors of the bill to ensure that there is a pathway for people in New Mexico who've been disproportionately harmed by the war on drugs and by communities of color and those who are communities that are less wealthy to have opportunities to actually create jobs and to lift themselves up in this industry. And so there are two different what are called micro business licenses that are less expensive than the larger licenses and that have a smaller limit on the number of plants that can be grown and a limitation on the number of facilities a person could have. And the reason behind that is to make it so you can dip your toe in or put your foot in without having to jump completely into the pool at a larger economic risk. And so that is something that we are focusing on right now. I know that the superintendent is looking to find what are some creative ways that we can help provide, either through private or some sort of public funding, ways to help provide lending to these communities, to Native New Mexicans, but really help this be a thriving entity. One of the things that we're really focused on as well is, and this is the stuff you're reading about in the news, and if you have any constituents who are already in the industry, you're hearing about this, but there's questions around what's called the plant count. So as part of the rules to grow the cannabis, the bill said that we have to limit the number of plants that each business can grow at one time. And these are for the producers and the micro producers. The reasoning for that is a couple. If we allow unlimited amounts of cannabis to be grown, what will likely happen are two things. And we say this because we've been talking with other states who have already started selling cannabis and who are in the process of doing it now. One problem is that the people who can afford to grow 100,000 cannabis plants at one time can afford to drop their prices to a point that it pushes out all the mom and pop and the small stores because they can't compete. And then we end up with what I sort of call the Walmart of cannabis that is taking over New Mexico. The second issue that we've heard about from other states is that when you have that sort of unlimited amount of cannabis, a lot of it ends up being diverted into the illicit market because people just can't buy that much cannabis, you know? And so those are some of the things that we're talking about with regard to limiting the plant count that you'll be hearing about in the news. What else, Super, am I forgetting? I know that you all are very focused about how local jurisdictions interact with this law. Superintendent Trujillo sent a letter out about a month ago now to the Municipal League and the Association of Counties, and we asked them to share it with all of you. That talked about some of the urgency of the actions that you all need to take sooner rather than later. And some of those things are some reasonable limitations that you can place on cannabis businesses, cannabis establishments. You can create reasonable rules around the density of cannabis establishments. Do you only want a certain number within a certain space, things like that. You can create reasonable limitations on the hours of operation for cannabis businesses. You can create reasonable rules around or ordinances around how they advertise on their actual structures of the actual business themselves. You can't prohibit, and I don't suspect you all would do this anyway, but the law, you cannot prohibit cannabis from being sold in the county and the city. You can't prohibit it from being on any of the city roads. And part of that is being done because there are some states like Colorado that allowed it to be a county could opt in or opt out. And we actually had received some word from law enforcement during the legislative session that they didn't like that because it could create a scenario where John Blair, it wasn't legal in Santa Fe. And so I had to drive over to Curry County to buy it. And the possibility that I might consume on the way back and end up driving under the influence. And so there's a reasonable, that's the reason that all the rules and ordinances that you can pass have that sort of reasonable marker on it. And then the biggest thing that was in the letter was that there is legislative language that provides that you can set a limit up to 300 feet between a school or a daycare and any sort of a cannabis establishment. And the big flag I want to make for you all with regard to that is to get an accounting of what medical businesses already exist within the city limits. I think you saw in the city of Albuquerque, Mayor Keller had put out a proposal, and in some of the areas that he had wanted to preclude there being cannabis establishments, there were already a number of medical establishments. And we can help you pull that data to find out what is already within the Santa Fe city limits. But I want to make sure that when you think about these ordinances, that you're not just thinking about the dispensaries, which is the easy thing because that's what people think about. You have to also think about the distances from the places where they're manufacturing it that potentially could be more dangerous than the retail shop, that you're thinking about the distances from the production site, from the farms and the warehouses that are growing it, from the schools and daycare centers as well. That you try to take all of those types of businesses into consideration while you're doing these rules. And then the final thing I'll say, and I'm happy to stand for questions or let the superintendent add anything that I forgot, is that there really is a creative, exciting way for what are called these cannabis consumption areas to be a new thing in New Mexico, and a real place for New Mexicans to be creative. You know, from what I understand within the medical program now, and Emily Kaltenbach gave us this example during the session, was that, you know, there's some community kitchens in Santa Fe, and there have been some chefs who have been buying medical cannabis and turning that into medical cannabis edible products, brownies and chocolate bars and things that patients might need, an easier way to consume that cannabis. We're going to see that within the commercial industry as well. A cannabis commercial a consumption establishment, think about that as like a microbrewery where you sell cannabis instead of serve alcohol. And so, you know, like the great Santa Fe brewing space just outside town, imagine that there, instead of selling beer, you might go there on a Friday night and have an edible and listen to a band play for a couple hours and then go home. It's that sort of an idea. So there really is an opportunity. And I think for the creativity of people in Santa Fe to really be activated and made into a real thing here. So we're very excited about that option as well. I will end with that. What I'm happy to do as well is to make sure that we share some contact. What I'll do is maybe send it to Jarrell, and she can share it with all of you to make sure you know how to contact me and the superintendent. We are still hiring a lot of people to come work at the division with us. There are some exempt positions and some classified positions, and we are looking for smart, hardworking people who are interested in working in cannabis. And so all that's on our website as well. And what my final pitch will be, as a communications person in me, is that you can sign up on our website for the e-blasts that are coming out from the cannabis division to be kept up to date about public hearings, the rulemakings, exciting announcements that are happening within the industry. But there's a lot that's coming, and we want to make sure that you are in the loop. So with that, Jarrell, I'm happy to stop talking and turn it over to you. Thank you.
Done. Emily, can we turn it over to you?
Sure. Thank you, Jarrell, and thank you, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to be here along with the superintendent and deputy superintendent, who we worked really closely with during this session. So it's so great to not have to explain the bill or what's in the bill. I was like, yay, John is doing that. But I'm here this evening to share a little bit about a report that we worked on for the city. Started about eight months ago, right at the beginning of the session. And that, I think, is included in the packet, in the council packet. But we were working with Community Services Division, with Kira, and really it was to answer a couple of questions, provide some background. And that was started out being the question around, where should the revenue go? Where do our community members, where would they like to see this money reinvested back in to the city? Because as you all know, there's a portion of the tax revenue that'll come back to the city for the sales that occur within the city limits. And also you have gross receipts tax that you'll be collecting now. And so we explored this question through multiple ways. One was a poll that we did with city voters. So just under 400 city voters. We asked a series of questions. We also interviewed staff within the city of Santa Fe, city employees, about where they'd like to see the revenue and what issues they saw coming up. And then also I went back to look at the Municipal Drug Strategy Task Force that I had presented to all of you just, I think, literally days before the shutdown happened in the pandemic. So I'm hoping we can, bring that report back up. But in that report, the task force did examine legalization and recommended to the governing body, that the revenue, if at that point we didn't know if legalization would happen, but if it did, that the revenue should be reinvested back into social supports and services into the community. And those recommendations were based on very extensive interviews and focus groups with over 200 Santa Feans. So the task force was informed by the community. And what we heard from the community is that they'd like to see more youth services, reentry programs, treatment, housing, all of those social supports, and that the revenue that would be collected off of the legalization could be funneled back into the community to support what we're seeing as a lot of economic and behavioral despair around economic and behavioral health issues. And unfortunately, what we've seen over the past year and a half with the pandemic is that more people have died of drug overdoses than have ever before. And so as we think about what to do with revenue, what we heard when we went out into the community is that people would like to see it reinvested back into the community. So I'm not going to go into detail. I think I'll be presenting maybe next week to the Quality of Life Commission on the details. But I also want to just point out that in the report, we also looked at, we provided a roadmap, just a basic example of some of the decision points that the city should start thinking about that I think John touched on around, zoning and land use planning is really important. The changes in policing, because now there are new penalties. Certain things are not allowed under the bill. For example, you can't just stop someone based on the odor alone when in search a vehicle or a person, for example, and around employment issues. So city employees, we have to look back at some of the practices. Those are just some examples that are provided in that roadmap. And I want to commend the city because you're already working on some of those. I saw that in the packet, the police department's already sent out a new memo. I know land use is already working on some of the considerations of location and zoning and planning feedback. So I think Santa Fe is moving ahead with this. The revenue piece I'll just mention, again, because sales won't start until 2022, that you have a little bit of time to think through that. However, I think it's really important to start thinking about it now and engaging with your community. I hope the report provides sort of a foundation and a baseline, but what we learned when we looked at other municipalities and states that have legalized, some of the lessons learned was, transparency and reporting is really important. Getting community input on revenue distribution is really important. Thinking about some of these decisions through an equity lens, as John brought up, about how do we support local Santa Fe businesses? How do we make sure that when we're making decisions, that how do those decisions impact the people who have been most harmed by cannabis prohibition? Those are some of the lessons that were brought up in some of those other jurisdictions. So I'll stop there, but I hope that work is in the report is helpful as the city and the governing body start thinking through some of these key decisions. So thank you, Darrell. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council.
Thank you all so much. So, Mr. Mayor, governing body, that concludes our presentation. Happy to engage in conversation or questions if any members would like to. We cannot see you right now, just so that you know.
Okay, well, you will in a second. Thank you all and welcome, Superintendent. Nice to see you almost in our midst here one of these days. And Mr. Blair, Ms. Kaltenbach, always great to have you with us, and looking forward to the Quality of Life Committee presentation as well. Councillor Romero-Worth, and I know everybody else, there are numbers other who also want to jump in, but you have the floor, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question. Production waste around the manufacturing, who will determine any regulations in that area? Will that be the state, or is that something that we do?
Would
I was going to defer to the superintendent. I'm sorry, Counselor, pardon me.
Superintendent or John, do you want to pick that
Yeah,
up?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, I apologize for the delay there. It's a long way out to my house from city town hall. Rules have been created and historically around the medical program that provided at the state level how waste from production and from manufacturing is to be handled. And so we are anticipating promulgating those rules for the whole state. So there is one standard across the state for how those things are handled.
Okay, and you'll be doing that. Do you have any sense of timing? I would think that localities might want to weigh in on those rules and interface with our waste management facility
Absolutely.
professionals. And I just curious when you might see doing that. And I guess we should get on your e-blast so that we have some sense of that, so that we could weigh in when it's appropriate.
That's right, Counselor. It'll be this fall. Again, we have all those rules of the road have to be done before people can start selling and manufacturing and all that. So a key component of that is how the waste is handled. And so that will be getting taken care of.
Okay,
In those rules,
thank you.
it'll be this fall. I can't give you a specific date or time, but it'll be this fall.
No, but that's helpful.
Counselor, I would just like to interject that in regards to what is waste and what they're required to do with the waste, that'll be handled by us, but the Department of Health has not up to this point determined or made any regulations around where that waste is disposed of. And so that's a conversation that we've been having with agriculture and with environment, and we hope to have a solution for that, but there is not currently a solution. And so to the extent that a local jurisdiction can help provide us with some insight on what we might be able to do to help ensure that, we're absolutely open for that.
Okay, thank you. I bring this up because I do have a constituent who's very concerned about a potential facility. And if we put dumpsters out for that business and you can just throw your production waste in that dumpster like regular trash, then we probably bring on dumpster divers and people wanting to, take advantage of whatever the waste is and whatever value might be found in it. But so I'm sure other states can also help us with this idea. And given that waste management tends to be more of a local issue and something that we do, I just wasn't quite sure who was going to bring the rules on, and I'm sure that our waste management professionals here at the local level have insights about what would be helpful and what wouldn't. So thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Superintendent Trujillo, Deputy Superintendent Blair, and Ms. Kaltenbach. I really appreciate the information presented tonight. I do have questions for staff, though, and I guess this is maybe directed at the city manager, because lots of great information was shared tonight, but I still have not been given an internal plan of, besides we're going to talk about it at Quality of Life next week, what is the city's plan? As Deputy Superintendent Blair had mentioned in his presentation, we've got a very important deadline, less than probably 45 days away, which is the September 1st deadline, where we beginning issuing licenses for cannabis producers. I had a constituent reach out to me this week who was very concerned, as they have already begun the process to begin this business. And they cannot move forward because part of the requirements is that they have to present the local zoning plan. And if they don't have that piece of required documentation, they cannot move forward. Thus, the city is stalling the constituent from beginning their business. And to me, that's frustrating. We should not be prohibiting nor stalling any entrepreneurship from happening. And so with that being said, what is our plan? How are we going to get this done within 45 days? I think There's frustration probably by many on this dais in regards to this. We're very late to this. And I think it's to expect us to pass quality policy and engage our constituents in 45 days unless, actually unless, because we don't even have any proposals in front of us. It's very disappointing. This is not something that just got dropped on us. We've known about this for months. So my question is to staff, what's our plan? What's going to be presented to us? I know that through tonight's presentation, there's information was that city staff land use is working on this. That's all information, new information to me. When are we going to be updated? When is city staff going to update us on what's happening?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we're joined by City Attorneys Sally Paez and Jason Klug, but the memo that is included in the packet lays out the path for land use. The intention is that this will, as you'll see, they lay out a number of recommendations that need to be updates to Chapter 14. The intention is to take it through Planning Commission, which would then move through the governing body committee process and then come back to the governing body. So the calendar is laid out. There will likely not be something before September 1st, but they're working through the process, and it would likely be closer to October by the time that something is brought forward. So we're utilizing our existing process to ensure that the right, as much community engagement and process flow is there. So the memo that's in the packet does outline the steps for land use, for zoning, how we're going to move forward to bring those recommendations to the governing body, utilizing again the Planning Commission and their special committee. But I would, if anyone else, if Sally or Jason wanted to jump in to add any additional details to what I just said, that would be
great. Mayor Weber, City Manager. I think you basically covered it. Our land use code is where our zoning requirements are housed. That's Chapter 14 of the Santa Fe City Code. And we have identified how the sort of basic categories of cannabis establishments that Mr. Blair described would sort of fit into our current framework. Obviously, we've been permitting cannabis establishments for medicinal, so we already have sort of a similar framework for that. And in order to amend our zoning code, we will have to go through our normal legislative process, which always requires a public hearing before the Planning Commission and a recommendation from them. And then, of course, approval through the governing body council committee process. So we're starting to identify which parts of the code can house these various amendments, how to sort of interwork these policy considerations into our code. There will be, of course, opportunities for the Planning Commission to make recommendations to the governing body and for governing body members to propose amendments along the way. So I don't know if our land use director, Mr. Klug, wants to weigh in further, but that's currently happening.
Thank you. Thank you, Sally.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. City Manager. So Mayor, Councilor Garcia, yeah, I'd like to I'm happy to add some more information for you. So we had a really good meeting with the Planning Commission Policy Subcommittee last Thursday. And since then, they have been very active in looking at the memo that we provided, the staff recommendations, and responding to that, and working on coming up with some guidelines. And so their basic strategy is to complete that task this week, have present those to the Planning Commission on August 5th, and then with the approval by Planning Commission, we would want to route that to the governing body by August 11th. So that's the working thoughts of the policy subcommittee. They think they can do it, and again, they've been. The emails have been nonstop for the last five or 6 days. So they're definitely intently working on it. in the background. And then also, I just wanted to add, the recently released county proposal for the ordinance amendments. I don't know whether you all have seen that or not, but their recommendations are very similar to what the Planning Commission has basically, come up with, kind of in a parallel development scenario. But this is all happening very quickly. But if you've had a chance to look at those, the recommendations they're looking at are, some of them are identical. But yeah, if you take a look at I'm not sure how much more you need me to say, but yeah, if you look at the recommendations in the memo we provided, those are the basic recommendations that the policy subcommittee is reviewing now and responding to, and we will have feedback to you as quickly as possible, within the process that Sally just noted.
And I appreciate, thank you everybody for all the updates. I really appreciate it and all the work that's going into this effort right now. But as I expressed earlier, we're months behind. And from what I heard, we're not expecting to have anything approved until October 1st, which was a month past this first key deadline that Deputy Superintendent Mr. Blair mentioned. That's, now I got to go back to my constituent and let them know you've already begun the process and preparing for this new business, and you are going to be not going to be able to begin for another 30 days after you even anticipated it. So to me, that's very frustrating and disappointing. We can do better than this. We knew this was coming. And we are stopping business from happening in a time where we needed to be doing everything to promote business. With that, I look forward to the discussions next week. There's plenty that needs to happen, not only within the governing body and city staff, but discussions with the constituency. We know that folks will have their thoughts and opinions on the matter. And I truly hope that we dedicate the necessary time to ensure that we're moving forward with the correct process. With that, no other questions or comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Let me follow up briefly, Mr. Blair, because I'm a little puzzled on the timetable too. If I heard you correctly, there will be a hearing on August the 6th covering producer rules. Did I get that one right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And so if I want to set up a production facility until that hearing on the 6th takes place and then rules are promulgated and adopted following that, it's a little murky as to what the actual entrepreneurial opportunity looks like, because we have to have your guidance on what those producer rules ultimately cover. And we've already heard a question asked by one counselor about whether the refuse will be covered. And I have a couple other questions to the same point, but am I correct that if I'm an entrepreneur and I want to get into the production business, until you promulgate those rules, I'm still waiting to find out what the regulations will look like?
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate those questions. First of all, I do want to add, the superintendent helped me remember that by the time the cannabis has been manufactured, there's no THC or anything of value to anyone that would be thrown out. And
no dumpster diving there?
Well, we wouldn't anticipate that. If it is, it will be at great waste. But and at the same time, I can tell you that the folks who are growing cannabis are squeezing every inch of available product out of every single plant. And so we're not going to see a lot of usable product just thrown out. To your other question, Mr. Mayor, I don't know that I can tell you what we should expect from what local businesses should be doing or when they should be doing it. What I can tell you is anecdotally, there is tremendous interest. I participated in a cannabis summit in Albuquerque a few weeks ago, and there were about 300 to 400 entrepreneurs who are mostly looking to get into the business with lots of questions. And they have similar questions to what you have, sir, regarding, well, when should I buy my building and when can I lease and what should I do? And we just have to say, that's beyond our control regarding the local ordinance. But, there are, anecdotally, I will tell you that there are businesses right now that are already signing leases for space in Santa Fe to grow manufacture and retail. And so everyone's trying to get a leg up on the process. And part of this is, in full candor, there have been a variety of ways in which states have begun to sell cannabis. On the far end, have been a few states that have passed the law, but put out the date to start selling 2-3 years out. On the other end, our neighbor to the west, Arizona, legalized cannabis on the ballot in November of 2020, and they could start selling on January 1st of 2021. And that has been chaotic as well. And so there was an attempt, we're not sure that there's an ideal way to, once we've legalized this industry, to keep excited entrepreneurs from holding off to sort of take those steps. So there's a lot of people who are maneuvering now, assuming that now that they've seen our rules, at least a couple drafts of them, where they're headed, and they're trying to make decisions based on that.
Thank you. That's really helpful. A couple sort of general questions that might give me a little more information about where the different responsibilities will fall as you anticipate it. So I know, for example, when Colorado had its legalization initiative, one of the things they adopted was a requirement for each individual plant to have its own RFD tag, so they could track the product back to its source if there were a medical issue or something was a bad crop or somebody got sick. Now, if that were to be a requirement, would that come from you all or at the city level?
It will come from us, Mr. Mayor. The premise to your point, or your hypothetical, is exactly right, that if Linda Trujillo grows cannabis, John Blair manufactures it, and Emily Kaltenbach sells it, and Mayor Weber buys it and gets sick, we can trace it back all the way to all of the various places to see where something could have been done that could have made it to cause you to be ill. But at the same time, sir, the cannabis will continue to have to be tested on a very regular basis for a variety of ensuring the quality of the product, et cetera. And so there's a great deal of testing that's going on. We'll be setting all that up for you or for the state, but there is a tracking system will be done. We're going to be using a system called BioTrack, which is what the medical cannabis program has been using. That was one that some people love it, some people hate it. It was beyond our capacity to add that to the list of things to change in this short time period. But all the businesses that are working within cannabis will have their own technology where it all gets tracked all the way to the sale. So that will happen.
Right. And I have one other sort of generic question about responsibility. I know that the production facilities require a great deal of energy and a great deal of water, other, inputs that are expensive or scarce. Would that be regulated through your efforts to determine incentives for water and energy conservation, or is that something that as we move forward as a local government, we would be setting our own incentives or standards for production?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to let the superintendent answer that question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, in regards to legal access to water, that's going to depend upon which entity they have access to. So if it's a local water authority, then they would have to provide us some documentation that they have a legal access to use that water. The amount of water has become a little bit more problematic, but I'm pretty certain, based upon information that I've been given, that in order to get a business license, the city requires a water plan. And so to the extent that the water plan has been approved in order to get the business license, we would rely on that, some sort of documentation from the water authority that they've been granted permission to use a certain amount. We've been mandated to make a determination as to whether it's an adequate amount, but I've had conversation with agriculture, with environment, with the state engineer's office, and that's a pretty difficult thing for us to do. And so what we're going to have to do is ask, what's your water plan? First of all, do you have a legal right to use water? What is your water plan? How much are you going to use? And then we're going to make them Our proposed rules would require them to report how much water they actually used every 6 months. And we think that by setting that kind of a marker and reporting requirement, that over the course of maybe a 2-year period, we might be able to have better conversation about how much water it really takes, and also have more information about how to require conservation.
Great, thank you. That's really comprehensive. And just one question for you, Ms. Kaltenbach, if you don't mind. I know you've been very active advising the city in the course of the drug policy task force, and now with this work that you've done over the last many months regarding the legislation that was finally signed into law. I wonder if you could characterize the extent to which our regulations that already are in place for medical cannabis help guide us through some of this in terms of the extent to which new recreational cannabis for adults significantly alters or changes or requires a major new rethink of a significant number of our overarching regulatory processes. I understand there is a financial issue about where the funding would go or the revenues would go. I think there's an issue of questions of signage that may be somewhat new. There may be some concerns regarding the equity issues that don't necessarily apply. But for the most part, are we, I guess, fishing in familiar waters here because of our experience already?
So, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of what you've already put in place for medical applies for recreational. I think there, Mr. Blair mentioned a couple of additional issues. I mean, one question is around consumption sites, that microbrewery model that's built into the legislation. That's something that's new and should be considered. I think the question around signage and distance requirements is in there. And then also just there will be more of license types. So the manufacturing and the production and the currying, there's going to be a courier service. And so it's, but we're a small town, and, I would urge the city and the members to look at what you've done for medical. I think there won't be major changes to the zoning. I think it's important, though, to make sure that we're not congregating all of the dispensaries in low-income neighborhoods. I think that's something that was brought up at a legislative level, I think, by one of our great representatives from the Santa Fe area, about making sure that, when we talk about equity, we think about those consequences. Obviously, you've moved forward with the policing changes. I think that's great. I mean, that had to happen because on June 29th, it became legal to possess and grow. And so that had to happen. I think there's some outstanding questions around expungement. And I believe that the city municipal court and the city attorney office should look at that and see where the city needs to engage with the state on that expungement process and some of those practices. But again, that's a somewhat slower process. So I think you're doing well as far as like using the medical program as a foundation to work from. I hope that answers your question.
Perfect. Thank you. And we look forward to next week as well. Mr. Blair.
Sir, Mr. Mayor, if I can add two things for you and the counselors. One of which is, I want to make sure that you know as well that there are currently 33 or 34 licensed medical cannabis providers in the state that are producing, manufacturing, and selling cannabis to those patients. Without knowing if they're all going to sign up to be selling in the commercial space, I would expect them to be. And through the normal course of their licensing process in a normal year, they're allowed to submit amendments where they add an additional retail space or move a site from one place to another. So that's some of the activity that you're seeing now is not necessarily businesses that are starting from scratch, but some of those existing companies, Everest, Pecos Valley, Pure, Ultra Health that are expanding now in anticipation that the market will grow for them. So I just want to make sure you're thinking about that, and want to make a final pitch. If there are any other questions, that please come to the website. Please look at our proposed rules. I'll work with Jarrell to see if we can't get copies to you proactively, but we would love for you to weigh in either with written testimony or to attend the public hearing. But it's important for us that we continue to work hand in hand with you to make this industry successful.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Superintendent Trujillo, Deputy Superintendent Blair, and also Director Kaltenbach for your presentation and your information. I had requested some information about where we were at. I think it was last meeting or the meeting before, and I don't know if it was just timely, coincidental, but it did happen, and it's excellent to have some of the information that we were all trying to figure out and being asked by our constituents about what's next. And I guess I would just ask, well, I'm just curious from your point of view, where you think we're at in terms of timeline compared to other jurisdictions in New Mexico. Are we behind? Are we right where a lot of other jurisdictions are at? Or are we ahead of the curve? So maybe you could give us an idea of how these things are all working together. I know this report that you provided, Director Kaltenbach, it was completed in April, but we just got it now. So I'm just curious if where we're looking in terms of the city of Santa Fe in terms of timeline. And that can be maybe
I would actually.
You all would probably have perspective. I'm not sure who wants to answer that.
Yeah, Councilor Villarreal, I apologize for interrupting you. It's nice to see you. I would actually defer to Superintendent Trujillo. I know that when the letter went out, we were contacted by some municipalities. We frankly actually had met with Rich Brown and some folks from his team and some folks from the land use team. I want to say a couple months ago, maybe longer than that. Time doesn't really have any meaning anymore, but I think you're probably right smack in the middle of where everybody else is, to be fully honest. The bill passed in April, people knew it was coming, but I think, I'm not sure that as many local jurisdictions were really prepared to jump in. So I don't think there's anyone who's necessarily completed the process by any means, but I would defer to the super, but I think you all are right smack with everybody else.
Yeah, Mayor, councilors, and Councilor Villarreal, you really are kind of right in the middle. I mean, we've seen Albuquerque has had some draft proposal ordinance out in the public a couple of weeks ago. It's my understanding that they're still working on that. We've done presentations with in front of the Association of Counties. I'll be doing a presentation on July 21st for the New Mexico Municipal League, have done presentations for Northern New Mexico governing bodies, and am happy to, make sure that y'all get information about workshops that are coming up. We've been collaborating with the Department of Economic Development to do a monthly Invest in New Mexico workshop, and there's another one that's coming up, I believe next week, but don't quote me on that one. But yeah, I think you're right in the middle, but there's a lot of opportunity for you to get it for more information than what we're providing tonight.
Great, that's helpful. I'm just trying to figure out how much time we have to get all these pieces in order. And I do know about the Municipal League presentation, so I think that will be helpful for a lot of jurisdictions, including those of us on the council. I'm very interested in the decriminalization aspect. And there is in our packet material, a special order that was provided by the police chief. And it was to go out to, I believe, all police personnel. And it was dated July 6th. And I'm curious if Director Kaltenbach, you saw that memo, and if you feel that's adequate for our police staff to have the proper training and understanding of the new laws.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Villarreal, yes, I actually just saw it when it was posted with the packet. So I did take a look at it today. I think it covers the basic issues. I was pleased to see in there was language around that our law enforcement officers can't pull someone over just for odor. It has to be based on DWI. I thought that was a really important point to put in there. I think it's always good to continue to do training and to update our law enforcement officers. So I would encourage the department to continue to do some trainings to make sure that everyone's clear. There could be some clarity around the plant count in the memo. In the law that passed, you can have 6 immature and 6 mature plants for each individual. I believe the memo that went out to the department just mentioned 6 plants. So there are a few places I noted, and I'm happy to provide some of that feedback to Director Ochoa.
Thank you for that. I actually felt the same. It was confusing to me. And I thought, well, where do they go if they need more clarification? So I don't know if Director Ochoa is on, but I am curious is if there's a plan for our police department to have further trainings to understand the implications of the new laws and making sure that everybody's on the same page with this legislation.
Mr. Mayor, councilors and Councilwoman Villarreal, yes. Not only has the memo gone out, but the information's been part of regular briefings. And the police department worked closely with city attorney to craft the new language so they understand it quite well and welcome any edits or improvements to that. But the trainings that are happening, as part of the regular course of what the police are communicating, and we can look at some special trainings as well if needed.
City
Attorney?
Yes.
City Attorney, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Weber and Councilwoman Villarreal. I just want to add a couple of things. There was a preliminary memo put out as well before the law took place or went into effect. I think about a month prior to that. So there was a preliminary one to put all the police officers on alert about the changes that were upcoming. And then there was the one that was put out when the law took effect. In addition, we've been having regular meetings with the DA's office, with the police chief, and with Ms. Ochoa, our Director Ochoa. And one of the things that they're doing is going to be training for all law enforcement in the area on this matter and specifically. I'm not sure if that's already started because we spoke with them about it a couple months ago already. So they had a number of trainings planned to be rolled out as the law went into effect.
Good to know. I think that's important, and mostly because it's complex and the whole plant production piece or the number of plant count is confusing. So I think it would be helpful for us to continue having those trainings for our law enforcement team. I'm also, I think you answered part of this, Director Kaltenbach, about how important we should know about the expungement and certain criminal records. And that was my question about, I think, city attorney, maybe you can answer that, how it's going to apply to the city. I think that's important to me, probably to my colleagues. And I want to understand like what our plan is to be able to make sure municipal court and other entities that need to know about the expungement process and what that looks like. Can you say more about that?
I can. Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal, yes. My staff for IPRA has already gone through all of our posted records and expunged anything to make sure it's not publicly accessible. The definition involves public accessibility to the records. Unicourt doesn't make any of its records publicly accessible, and neither does my prosecutor's office. So we think we have already complied with all the requirements of that law.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that. And I think just last, it will be interesting to see how New Mexico and even Santa Fe, how we transition into this and really support local growers and sellers. Because before a lot of people were criminalized and villainized. And I think that piece of really supporting the local small producers and manufacturers is going to be important. I think especially important to us and how we can support that. And I'm not sure where we're going to go with the lending possibilities. You said that you all are thinking about that, I think at the state level. And I'm wondering if that's something that we should be looking at the local level as well.
Councilwoman Villarreal, I'm going to defer to Superintendent Trujillo on this.
Thank you, Counselor. Yeah, we would encourage the local level to try to find ways to provide that. We are working on some options at the state level that we're not quite ready to announce, but hope to be able to announce within the next couple of weeks. It would potentially start with producers. We are under the impression from Economic Development Department that LEDA funds may be able to be used for some portions of a business. So I would encourage that you work with the Economic Development Department to figure out what kind of LEDA funds might be useful. But to the extent that there's money available, which may or may not be the case, since a lot of the money that local jurisdictions have that's extra right now is federal funds, we would encourage the city to look for ways to help us help you, because that's the biggest barrier right now.
Thank you for that. I agree with you. And I'm hoping that, well, since you've had a conversation with Director Brown, that they're thinking about those things as we move forward. So thank you so much. And so good to see my fellow demons, my graduates from Santa Fe High doing some incredible work. Take care.
Thank you. Other questions or comments at this time? Thank you all. This has been a tremendous conversation, briefing, and really grateful for you joining us, taking the time, and thank you for the hard work you're doing to bring this industry to life in New Mexico. We're very, very grateful for you that doing that as well. Thank you both, all of you. Emily, thank you too for guiding us.
Thank you all
Very
very much.
good. Much appreciated. That, if I'm not mistaken, that completes that item. And then we go to item E, which was removed from the consent calendar. And I am going to recuse myself because I recused myself when we heard this issue. And I think the Mayor Pro Tem will run the meeting.
Madam Clerk, will you bring us into this?
Absolutely. Item 10E was pulled from the agenda, the consent agenda. It's request for approval of written findings of fact and conclusions of law reflecting the decision by a majority of members of the governing body to deny appeal number 2021-3450-APPL and affirm the Historic District Review Board's decision in case number 2021-3185-HDRB to impose conditions of approval on the request by the appellant Julia Burt to install 2 new gates constructed of oxidized steel at 1299 Upper Canyon Road.
Move to approve.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please call the roll. Pardon?
Are you ready for the roll call, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell?
Did they freeze?
I'm not sure.
I think they did.
Okay. Oh. Is that back? Mayor Pro Tem, are you back on screen?
Hello?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, it appears that the internet in the chambers froze for a moment. So I just want to make sure. I was about to call roll on this item.
We have a question. Can you hear us?
Okay, yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, so Councilor Vigil Koppler has
Okay.
asked a question.
I'll start over. My question is, when I was new to the council and I asked from the city attorney's office, what are the procedures for recusing? And I was told at the time that I had to mention briefly why I was recusing. And so I would just want an update now, because I noticed from time to time when people or counselors recuse, they don't mention why they're recusing. They just get up and say they are and leave. And I'm wanting clarification. What is the correct way?
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, Councilor Vihel Coppler. I'll see if that's specified. I think that, that is definitely something that can be done. Let me see if it's required. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay, when I asked early on as a new counselor, you told me it was required. So
it's I just don't recall at the moment. One moment.
Anything else?
Did you say one moment, or what did you say?
I am looking up the rule right now as we speak. So if you want the answer right now, I can look it up right now.
Well, I think it's important to have the answer, because if it's a procedural matter, I think the counselors need to know. And with regard to this particular case, I'm curious about the reason for the recusal. And do I have the right to ask why?
Counselor, I believe earlier on that in our packet, when we heard this case, that in the packet, it mentioned that the mayor's home was across the street from this property. And when the mayor recused during the hearing, that was the reason that he gave.
I never heard that reason. I saw that in the minutes, but I didn't think that was, I didn't know why.
I mean, I
that was
saw it in the
necessary.
packet that's what it did say about the location of residence.
Well, if that was the reason, then you must know it, but we didn't know it. I didn't know it. So mine is more of a general question as well,
I
because
understand.
if there have been instances where counselors have recused themselves without saying why. And if it's the case, then I was the only one who had to say why.
Councilor Pro Tem Lindell, Councilor Vihel Coppler, I can read the full rule. The following shall govern conflicts of interest. This is part M of 1-7.7. A public official or public employee who has a conflict of interest as defined in section 1-7.5 shall immediately disclose the conflict in the following manner. In the case of a member of the governing body, to the governmental body at a public meeting. So I think there could be two interpretations of that. I don't recall the specific instance in which you are speaking of. So it could be, I am identifying that I have a conflict and that is the conflict, or it could be interpreted as it is the specific conflict that you must disclose. I don't have the opportunity to do lots of research about what the intent of the governing body was about that. If you wanted to cover all bases, it would be great to identify the conflict in particularity, but we could do more research on what the intent of that language is.
Thank you for that. As I recall, that is what you explained to me when I asked for advice from your office. And so it seems that somewhere along the way, we didn't have to do it anymore. And as a counselor, I would like to know why people are recusing themselves from a matter. And I'm not sure what that will take to implement. Do you have suggestions?
Councilor Pro Tem Lindell, Councilor Vihel Coppler, if you wanted to make it more specific, we could amend the ordinance to make it very clear what is contemplated, or you could put it in your rules. Right now, it just says the conflict. So certainly if you specified what the conflict was, you would absolutely be complying. It's not clear that if you don't, you absolutely are violating, but we could do more research on what the intent was. But a final opinion would actually be needed from the Ethics and Campaign Review Board if you wanted something that would apply prospectively.
Okay, I just want this body to know that I'm a little disappointed because I have received, and it could be in writing as well, because I know I probably asked in writing, whether or not I had to explain a reason for my recusal, and I was told with the language that you just cited, that I would have to explain my conflict. And so I did so, wanting to do the right thing. And now I'm disappointed because apparently I'm the only one who was asked to do that, and from the city attorney advice. And what I've seen on this council, maybe I should have asked this earlier, but what I've seen on this council prior is that not many have been given the same advice from your office. But more importantly, I think the public has a right to know why a particular counselor or the mayor is getting up from the dais and just leaving the room without explanation of the conflict of interest. And this applies certainly on this issue, but it was a good time for me to ask. But it also applies to anything in the future and anything in the past. I think the public has a right to know. So thank you for your research.
Anyone else? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell. And since we're on the topic of recusal, I mean, I know that I've had to recuse myself several times due to my employment and the conflict that presents. And I apologize, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, if I haven't all the time. I think last time or last meeting, I might have been guilty of that and walking out. So I apologize. And just for full disclosure, when I walked off the dais last meeting, it was due to conflict of interest with my employment. Back to the original guidance, I remember speaking with the city attorney, and she did give me that guidance. I got to give my reason. I don't need to go into great detail, but putting it out there that I'm recusing myself because, and as simple as because it interferes with my federal employment. But that was the guidance given to me from the city attorney, and I do apologize to you and to the public for doing that last meeting. And I guess I can make sure I do better next time. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lindo.
Anyone else? We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilor Rivera. Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Merworth.
Yes.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett.
Abstain?
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, if we can pause for just a moment. Councilor Beta, would you retrieve, Councilor Villarreal, will you retrieve the mayor, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, I was reminded as to some background on this matter. Do you mind if I make another statement?
Please.
In this case, there actually was not a conflict of interest. It was actually a potential appearance of impropriety because this was a quasi judicial matter. So as far as I know, there was no conflict. It was actually under a different set of rules, which is in your quasi judicial capacity, you don't want to have an appearance of bias. And so I think what Councilor Lindell mentioned is accurate. There was mention of the mayor in the minutes. We did advise him that there could be a perception of bias just because he lives very near the neighborhood of this address. So in this case, the ethics code was not actually implicated.
Thank you, Ms. McSherry. Mayor, we're on to the next item.
Thank you. Thank you. Could the city clerk please take us to the next item?
Yes, the next item is 11A. It's a procedural vote on whether the governing body's consideration of the resolution related to the vacation of a portion of existing Galisteo Street right-of-way should occur tonight as a discussion item or should be scheduled as a public hearing at an upcoming meeting of the governing body, in addition to the public hearings that have already been held by the governing body and the Planning Commission, and the additional public hearing that will be held by the Planning Commission after governing body approval of the resolution. Our attorney, Erin McSherry, is the staff on this item.
Mayor Weber, members of the governing body, I think the city attorney and I agree that I would take the first round of just providing a couple of comments, and then I'll hand it over to her for any additional thoughts. So this matter, I think, as you all remember, is related to the Zia Station development project, and that is near the intersection of Zia and St. Francis. It involved 5 different applications that went to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation, and then to the governing body for review. And those proposals, those applications were approved by the governing body. We had a lot of public testimony at meetings before the Planning Commission and the City Council, a lot of written comments. And one of the conditions, well, I think it might actually be a couple of the conditions of approval set forth in the development plan that was approved through that process. It was a preliminary development plan, do require, which is typical with development projects, for the applicant to construct necessary improvements to our public infrastructure as required to support the new development that's going in that location. So in this case, they are doing some upgrades to our intersection of Zia Road and St. Francis, adding some turn lanes and some other things that will help traffic move through that area more smoothly, and pedestrian crosswalk, things of that nature. And in order to accommodate the necessary infrastructure improvements, part of what's happening is a slight shift or realignment of the Galisteo Road right of way. So it's moving a little bit further to the west to give more room to queue on Zia to turn on to St. Francis. So there were conditions of approval that are part of the application that's been approved by the governing body that do require us to move that road. The reason we have this sort of extra step that's happening right now is that as part of moving the roadway, the city is giving up what is currently city property interests. So we have our right-of-way easement in a certain location. A small portion of that roadway will need to be vacated, and it will be dedicated in the new location further to the west on property that does belong to the applicant. So we've got state and city law that sets forth a process for vacating existing right-of-way, and we have our other process through our normal Planning Commission approval process that allows the dedication of new public infrastructure, so specifically the newly aligned portion of Galisteo Road. And so this resolution is that's pending before you and has been going through the council process, basically is the governing body as the owner of the property, the owner of the city property. It's your way to kind of formally approve the fact that we are letting go of this piece of right-of-way, knowing that it will be on the condition that the Planning Commission is going to approve a final development plan that incorporates that new aligned section of roadway. So this resolution did go to Public Works, and the Public Works Committee had 4 members present to consider it, and they did send it on with an approval, but that was subject to a request that this be subject to an additional public hearing. And this part's relevant because under city ordinance, to vacate existing city right-of-way, we do, it does say there will be a public hearing before the Public Works and Utilities Committee. That's unusual. I think, as far as I know, it's the only part in our code where we have a public hearing before the Public Works and Utilities Committee. There's no specific noticing requirements. It's not in Chapter 14. So the legal notice that was provided in terms of that public hearing was placed in the item on the agenda for Public Works and Utilities as a public hearing item, and there was no public testimony at that hearing. So there was the vote by Public Works and Utilities, 4 members to approve it, send it on. And in reviewing that after the fact, whether or not 4 members of a committee can trigger an additional public hearing, we looked at the governing body's procedural rules, and it was determined that the city manager has discretion to place things on the agenda. There's not a procedure for a committee to require additional public hearings, at least not 4 members. There is another provision in the governing body's procedural rules that says if a majority of governing body members request a public hearing, the city manager can place that on a city council meeting as a public hearing. So in consultation with the city manager, we're here to determine whether or not a majority of members of the governing body want to schedule this for an additional public hearing beyond those that are legally required and beyond those that in this case have taken place, because this is part of a much larger development project where we have already had steps and where we've functionally as a city, as a governing body, you've already, a majority of you have already approved this as part of the project. So the question is whether to have another public hearing. I think we would probably do that in 2 weeks, or whether to go ahead and proceed to approve this as a discussion or consider and approve or deny this today as a discussion item, which is our typical process for a resolution, which normally is not subject to a public hearing. I don't know if the city attorney wants to add anything to that. That's my quick overview.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Sally, the one thing I think that might also be helpful is the notice procedures that we would go through for the future public hearing that is already planned. Those would be typical for any planning commission hearing, right? With the additional notice and procedures that the planning commission goes through.
Yes, so we do anticipate a final development plan application will be presented to Planning Commission in conjunction with this proposal to move the road. That will trigger notice to property owners and neighborhood associations. I think within 300 feet, it would require us to post a legal notice in the newspaper. We put our agendas in the newspaper 15 days out. We post those yellow signs saying that there's a hearing coming. I think that's most of what would be, that will occur in this case in the future.
Thank you, Sally. And then Mayor Weber, the other thing I would just say on this matter is there could be circumstances where we have a matter where it doesn't have a public hearing before. And I think that's what the rules contemplate, the procedural vote to put another public hearing or to move a matter to public hearings. In this case, we don't really have that situation. We've already asked the public to come to 3 hearings, and they will still have the opportunity to go to a 4th hearing in the future. So one caution I would have is just that there is some benefit to having regularity and people knowing where they go when to make public comment and not having to feel like they have to come to 5 public hearings. So that's one advantage to knowing the rules in advance. But it is within the discretion of the governing body to have another public hearing.
Very good. Thank you for the briefing. Comments or questions from the governing body? Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And for those of us on the desk that weren't present at the Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting, I had brought forth the motion for the additional public hearing. As we all remember, this was a project that we had lots of input from constituents. And when I asked how we notified the public that a public hearing was happening, the response was we published it in the agenda. And in my opinion, that is not the appropriate way to engage the public when you are having a public hearing. Especially on a topic where we've heard concerns from community members that due process is not being given. And so with that, I had made the recommendation that we have the public hearing with properly noticing the community. And if constituents show up, fantastic. If they don't, they had their opportunity. And I think that we need to afford the public the opportunity to participate in a public hearing in front of the governing body. I know it was mentioned that it's going to be a public hearing in different bodies, but we're not affording the greater public to participate in a public hearing in front of the governing body. 2 different things, 2 different bodies. And that is why the Public Works and Utilities Committee unanimously passed this. And so with that, I just wanted to provide that perspective and background why this is in front of us. When we are moving forward with issues and developments like this, where we've had robust engagement and we on the city don't do everything we can to continue and encourage that, it's very not a fair nor transparent process in that sense. I've seen plenty of opportunities where we could have posted a yellow sign. We could be proactive in this sense. I've seen postings on, apps on Nextdoor, or, similar to the notice that went out today about the chart hearing being heard tonight. And how we pick and choose how we're going to engage the community, we shouldn't be doing that. If we're gonna send out a notification and a press release that the chart process is being heard tonight, then we need to do it anytime that there's a public hearing, no matter what it is. And I think that's what the public deserves. That's what I think the public expects. And again, that's why I brought forth this motion, and that's why it's in front of us right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor, thank you. Other members of the governing body, comments, questions? Counselor Vihil Coppler.
Thank you. I have a, a question on the attachment where it says public comments and it says 33. What does that mean? I was opening it expecting to see 33 comments. There's only one. So I don't know how that works. What is that about?
Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, I might defer to perhaps the city clerk on this one. I think this has something to do with Prime Gov, but I'm not sure. I understand this was submitted through our Prime Gov system, but I'm not sure what the 33 means in the file name.
I'm logging into Prime Gov so that I can address. I apologize. I still use my real agenda for this. Give me one moment. Councilor Vihil Coppler, I'm sorry, Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, it appears that that's just the file name. I'd have to check with Geraldine when she compiled, but usually we have many public comment PDFs. So I believe her naming history just added a number to it. There's no significance.
Okay, thank you for that. I do recall in other agendas that we've had an indication of approximately how many public comments we've received. And there's also been a number that correlated to actual comments. So, it could be, as you say, just an error. But I wanted to make sure that we weren't excluding any public comment that we might have received on this agenda item and, just sort of excluded it. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, Counselor Romero Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Can the city clerk tell us exactly what Public Utilities, Public Works voted on this matter? What was the motion? Was it a motion for a public hearing unanimous? Or was it a motion to ask that the governing body decide whether a public hearing should be had?
Sure, hold on one moment, Counselor. I'll go back to the voting history for this item.
And I think that night, there weren't 5 committee members, correct? There were only 4.
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Garcia.
I can clarify for Councilor Romero Worth.
I'd
given that was the
I'd like the
motion.
city clerk to do it. I'd like to know what the official record says. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Councilor Romero Worth, if you go to the next agenda item, there's also the Public Works vote, and it might give a little more clarification, although it's not specifically the end result that the city clerk may come up with. But it does give information there. Thank you.
Actually, I already know the answer. I just would like to hear it from the authority.
Yes, Councilor Romero Worth. There were 4 members present for the vote on this item. It's Councilor Rivera, Councilor Garcia, Councilor Betha, and Councilor Lindell. Councilor Vihel Coppler was excused for this item, and the vote approved to go forward to the Quality of Life Committee with the motion that this goes as a public hearing either to the 7/14 governing body meeting or a subsequent committee with a yellow sign notice to the public.
Okay, so the motion really was that the Public Works, Public Utilities Committee was inserting a public hearing into the process, not that they were asking for the governing body to decide whether
That
there
is-
should be a public hearing.
That is the record in the action sheet, yes.
Okay. So I would agree that this project has been very controversial, and in fact, I voted against it. And that there has been a lot of public interest in the development overall. What I find interesting, though, is that I have had no emails, and this project is in my district. I have had no emails from constituents asking for more process. And I guess I'm a little bit concerned. If we think there's a problem with our process, then I think we should fix the process and generate the process that we think is fair and allows everybody to be heard. Adding ad hoc process, I'm concerned about adding ad hoc process onto specific projects. And I think the city attorney certainly identified one reason why we don't want to do that, because the regularity of our process, people get used to, all right, there's opportunity for public input at these points, is really important for the public to have that uniformity, that know exactly where they're going to be able to weigh in. And if we have that sort of uniformity and a standard process, people get used to it. If we start taking project by project and making different procedural rules for the project, I'm concerned about that. But again, I think if there are counselors who think that there's something wrong with how we do our development process, then we should all, by all means, like let's get together and figure out where it's lacking and where we could do better. But I'm very concerned about adding process ad hoc, project by project. And I think has been stated, there have been quite a few public hearings on this project. It is scheduled for more public hearings. And I don't think we are in a place where the public is not being heard and not being given adequate opportunity to be heard. So those would be my concerns with this item that's before us. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Lindell and then Councilor Abeta, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Romero Worth. I appreciate what you said with that. And in light of what you did say, I'm probably not going to be able to support this. I think that you had a lot of input from constituents for this original hearing. I was absent for the original hearing. But I think also the point you make about changing the process specific to one project, I think you're absolutely right about that. I think that that's not something that we want to do. You're absolutely correct. There's been a lot of public hearing on it, and there is future public hearing on it. And by you telling us tonight that you haven't had additional input on this, that is information that I didn't have before, so I won't be supporting this. Thank you, Counselor, for enlightening us on that.
Counselor Abeyta, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm on Public Works and I supported the motion and voted for it because it felt like we were inserting into this, because I had never experienced a public hearing at a committee level for something like this. So is it because it was a right of way and that is the process, as Councilwoman Romero Worth says?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Abeyta, yes, this is a very unusual ordinance, and it's not a hearing that's required by our land use code. It's not a hearing that's required by state law. We have an ordinance in Chapter 23, which deals with public works issues. And as far as I know, this is the only very small provision anywhere in that section of our code that says public hearing at this type of council committee, with no additional procedures, no special notice requirements, nothing else. So as far as I can tell, it's a bit of an anomaly in the code. So we did schedule it as a public hearing because that was a statement in there. And so that's why we scheduled it that way, but it is very unusual. And I would agree with the concern that if we want additional procedures and notice procedures for this, that we should in fact adopt legislation or code amendments that clarify what that process is. So as it stands now, we've followed all of the procedures that we have, but this is an area that's sort of unusual for sure.
So the appropriate thing then would be to propose an amendment to that section of the code and require the public hearing be at the governing body and not at the Public Works Committee as the code currently states.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Abeyta, that's certainly one option. I think that makes sense, actually, just because our council committees aren't actually set up for a kind of a public hearing process very often. You know, we had tried to arrange for a stenographer and more detailed minutes, and we need someone to swear folks in so they can speak under oath if we're doing the public hearing. So it would be helpful for sure to make that sort of policy decision through legislation, and a hearing before this body might be a good option.
Okay, so what happened since Public Works didn't follow the ordinance? Does this have to go back to Public Works for a vote on it, since the ordinance calls for that?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Abeyta, the Public Works and Utilities Committee did consider the item. It was a public hearing item. Sometimes we have public hearings with no speakers. So we open public hearing and we public comment and we close public comment. So we did in fact follow the procedure in our ordinance. The only thing that was a bit unusual was the condition that was attached to the successful motion that there be an additional public hearing. So I think the motion to send it forward was a good motion. It was just that we didn't have enough members of the governing body asking for a public hearing to really trigger that going onto this agenda as a public hearing.
And Mayor Weber, Councilor Abeyta, can I just add a little bit to that? My understanding is we were able to put in place the stenographer that we needed and the swearing in of witnesses and all of that. So we were able to accomplish the unusual features of a public hearing at the Public Works Committee. So we were ready to comply with the ordinance. And my understanding is we did comply with that ordinance.
So, and I heard there's going to be additional public hearings on this matter?
Councilor Abeyta, yes. This still requires the formal dedication of the new right-of-way. So in order for this to go forward, the next step will be a final development plan application for this project, and that'll be for the first phase of development. And under the city's conditions that we've already imposed, the first phase of development does need to include the infrastructure improvements to this roadway. So that final development plan application will formally include the plans. And if that final development plan application, it'll go to the Planning Commission for full public hearing with the normal notice and everything that we do for those Planning Commission public hearings. And if they do approve it at that point, then we'll be in a position to actually file the plat that will change the location of the roadway. But there is definitely another public hearing with full notice before the Planning Commission that will occur prior to that happening.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Garcia, and then Councilwoman Villarreal has her hand up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I apologize for Councilor Romero Worth for not receiving information from our constituents, but I've received feedback from folks, in particular from Mr. Aku Oppenheimer, who is the Candlelight Neighborhood Association president. In his email, he writes to me, "We appreciate your supporting an additional public hearing on the Galisteo relocation, this time with some reasonable pre-meeting information. There are important issues with relocation, as much of the Zia Station proposal, to which the current planning division does not seem to have been given much attention, if any." And so with that, there has been feedback from constituents. And I think it's obvious in regards to Councilor Lindell's comment about not receiving any feedback. I think that's evident that there wasn't enough notice given to at least have folks provide that information, and thus causing your vote. There was nobody present, and I think that's why there was the unanimous vote at our committee meeting. It was mentioned that we can't make an ad hoc process and change things. This was, to me, that's something that is irrelevant, in the sense we've made ad hoc process my entire time on this council. We've done it as recently as the street lighting project, when there wasn't a public hearing planned, when we were going to hear the final lighting plan. It was going to be just a plain discussion item from my understanding, and due to Councilwoman Villarreal's urging, it got changed. And to me, there's precedence here. And to me, it's again, we need to do everything we can to encourage open government, good government. I think whether or not it's going to another committee, you're not affording the public to engage with the governing body, whether it be at a full governing body meeting or at a committee meeting. You're not affording the public to participate with their elected officials. So with that, I just wanted to provide that information and make, especially the communications from Mr. Oppenheimer public, and make sure that he knows that I am responding to his requests, and he has somebody that will fight for him, ensuring that there is public participation.
Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, can you clarify, staff, if I'm getting this right? So when we approved the Zia development project, or the preliminary development approval was given, that included the vacation of the portion of Galisteo Street right of way. Is that correct?
Excuse me, Councilor. I apologize. Yes, I don't know what happened there. The conditions of approval state that the drawings show the road in the new alignment and the infrastructure improvements that are required. And the conditions say that all roadway improvements associated with the development must be constructed prior to the opening of phase 1, and that includes Galisteo Road realignment, And there's a condition that requires the applicant to file an application and obtain governing body approval to vacate a portion of the Galisteo Street right-of-way to realign a portion of Galisteo Street. So that was the condition setting in motion this resolution to come through. The process, so the governing body as the owners of the property can issue kind of a formal sign off as a body on allowing that to be vacated.
Okay, and so I guess what I'm trying to understand, and maybe my colleague, Councilor Garcia, could explain to me, if we had a public hearing for the governing body, we have actually already approved preliminary vacation of the Galisteo right-of-way. And this would, I feel like, well, maybe I'm wrong, but this process is a little bit more procedural, that it has to go through to the Public Works Committee before it goes to the Planning Commission, correct? So I guess my question is, if we had a public hearing, how would that help? I'm trying to think, what would help the public? To me, the public does need to understand, especially adjacent neighbors and neighborhoods, about when the alignment or the realignment would occur, and then the questions and concerns they have about that realignment as it relates to, say, access to their properties, what that would look like. It doesn't mean that we're not going to consider that vacation, because that vacation is actually going to occur anyway, regardless of, because it was part of the preliminary development plan. So I guess I'm trying to understand what would happen at a public hearing. If we had a public hearing, what kind of questions or things would come up? And I'm just trying to think of a better process where community members can then express some of the concerns, or trying to have questions directed to staff so they understand what the vacation of this roadway would mean, and the realignment as it relates to the access to their property. Does that make sense? I'm just saying, like, it's going to happen, but how do we make sure that the public knows and understands what is going to entail with that realignment, and how it's going to affect them accessing their homes, the flow of the traffic? So that's where I want to understand where the public would have an ability to ask those questions.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, I'm happy to answer that one. I think your concerns are sort of related to the construction schedule and things like that. I think, certainly what we will do if and when we get an application for a final development plan, that will be routed through our normal development review process. So that will go out to, Public Works, that'll go out to streets. All of our city divisions have an opportunity on an issue like this to weigh in on any potential conditions of approval, technical corrections, things of that nature. Certainly at that public hearing before the Planning Commission, that would be an appropriate opportunity to request that the city impose additional conditions of approval. Perhaps it's, I don't know, this is a little technical for me, right? Because I'm not a public works person or a traffic control person, but to provide those sorts of plans. So we can place certainly conditions of approval on a final development plan that would protect those kinds of interests and lay out, more of a process, or certainly it's an opportunity for folks to make their comments. The thing about this resolution is it's under both state and city law, it needs to be sort of attached to the plat that's ultimately filed in the records of the county clerk. So it's almost like it's an attachment to the property records that ultimately just show, like, what does the city own? And so the purpose of the resolution is not to impose additional conditions on how this is done or those kinds of things. It's really to document, here's where the city's property is when we file that new plat, when the applicant files that in our property records. And so that's really the function of the resolution that's coming through right now. So my suggestion is that folks should definitely bring those types of comments to the Planning Commission. I think certainly we should raise that concern as we send it out for our design team review process to ensure that any appropriate, conditions or construction schedule, things like that are incorporated in. And then Some of that is infrastructure completion policies that we already have in place. So there are already protections in that way as well. So once you kind of get past the approval process, we do have a whole process for completing of infrastructure and how that works and how that's conducted. And that's very well laid out. I think our land use director is here. And in fact, he's really the expert on how all of that stuff works. So there are some controls that are already in place. There's the opportunity for input and additional controls at the Planning Commission hearing and potential conditions of approval, technical corrections to ensure that those kinds of things are accommodated.
That was helpful. I think my concern is for the public to understand the process, how construction will work, because the realignment is actually already approved with the preliminary. So if we had a public hearing, it wouldn't be that we're voting on whether or not that vacation is going to occur. It's going to occur regardless. So this is a procedural piece. So I guess my thinking about this and the process and how the public can engage at this level, like the controls, how they'll be affected, that needs to happen at the Planning Commission. I just want to make sure the public knows what that means. It's not that that the Planning Commission, well, that they would have an opportunity to understand what are some of the things that need to be in place and access points. Does that make sense? I'm just thinking that makes more sense for the Planning Commission than us, because we're already voting for we've already voted for the vacation. It's confusing because this is kind of this weird procedural rule process that doesn't make sense. So I'm of the mindset that the Planning Commission is the more appropriate place to have that public hearing so that the public can express concerns about accessing their homes, what that vacation and realignment will mean when the construction process comes forth. Would that be the best place then? I'm just wanting to confirm from land use staff, maybe that makes more sense for the public.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, I'm not sure that we have Lee Logston here. He's our senior planner, who's the case manager on this case. And he apparently has lost his internet. I am not sure that he's going to be able to chime in. So I'm doing my best here to answer these questions. And I think Mr. Klug might have more to confirm if you'd like to hear from land use.
Thank you, Sally. Mr. Mayor, councilors, Councilor Villarreal. So Lee is trying to log in. He's having internet connectivity issues. He should be able to call in. He's definitely the expert in this case. I believe Jennifer Jenkins is also in the audience. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to.
I think you can probably answer. It's
Sure,
really
so
probably easy about in terms of process, what would be best or where's the best place for the public to engage so that they can actually get information about
Certainly.
this, when the realignment occurs and who's going to be involved and will the city still be responsible for the roadway? And when will NMDOT weigh in if they will? I mean, all those things I would want to know about. So I'm just curious.
Right.
What?
Thank you. So I believe much of that information is already on the record from the original meeting. But I'd like to address one question. My understanding is that the road the existing road will remain in place until the construction of the new road is completely done. So there won't be any obstructions. It'll be, you're driving one direction one day and then you're driving the other direction, the next day. So the construction will be complete with that realignment. So there won't be any obstruction to homes, et cetera. And then I do believe that the public hearing is the Planning Commission is the appropriate venue for that public hearing for the final development plan. Does that answer your questions?
Yeah, I think so. I just procedurally, it's confusing because we don't have many of these situations with dedicating rights of way. So I think that's the part that I was stuck up on. So yeah, I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councilwoman Villarreal, for bringing up the question about the public. This was something that I asked during the Zia Station hearings, which of course, why would you remember? Because it was, I don't know, 10 hours? How many hours did we spend doing this? But I pulled it up. It is in the meeting minutes, page 60 of that item of the packet in the next item. And Ms. Jenkins did confirm that they would keep the road open, the existing road open, until the new Galisteo was open, and then they would close it. So as Director Klug had mentioned, that is the process that it would move through. But that was definitely something that had been brought up during the public hearings. I recall them. I don't know if you all had the opportunity to also watch Planning Commission, but it was brought up during the Planning Commission, which I did watch. And so that is why I did ask that question, because I do know it was a concern of the public and of the neighborhood. I would just add that I think a lot of the points that have been brought up regarding, as Councilwoman Villarreal pointed out, we've already approved this. We have had many hours of public comment. This was a project that was, there was a lot of differing opinions here. And I feel that we really did have an opportunity to hear a lot about them. And the realignment of Galisteo, I believe, was included. But it does bring up kind of some of the more process questions about, how do we make sure that we are providing that information? And so I think as Councilor Abeyta had pointed out, as Councilwoman Romero Worth had pointed out, that perhaps looking at that ordinance and seeing if that truly is the appropriate place and how we are doing the notification is important. So I would just voice my opinion there that I don't believe that a public hearing at this time would be the best place for it. And I'm just not entirely sure what additional value it would bring, as this has already been a topic that we have really discussed in a lot of detail, and that there has been a lot of public comment, and that we have already approved as a governing body. Although I do appreciate that there will be an opportunity at Planning Commission when that final development is approved. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, I think Councilwoman Villarreal has really put her finger on the question that has perplexed me, which is, I greatly support, believe in, and advocate engagement and public participation. In order to make it meaningful, it has to serve a meaningful purpose. It has to have the ability for people, when they participate, to feel that their voices are meaningfully heard. And in this case, the notion of a public hearing almost is a false offer. We're really not reconsidering the Zia Station development. There was testimony, and a lot of it, around this particular right of way. We heard it over a long period of time. And we are really, at the moment, not re-evaluating that decision or being swayed by more public testimony per se. We do have significant issues, and I think Councilman Villarreal's background as a planner identifies what needs to be taken into account, which is, how will people's access be affected? How will their neighborhood be impacted by a right-of-way adjustment? What happens during construction, and so on? Those are really legitimate, granular, important operational questions. But at the level of a public hearing, where we're taking testimony on whether or not, or the illusion is that we're offering hearing on whether or not to have the vacation take place, is really not on the agenda per se, as I understand it. So I think we need to make sure that when there is engagement, it has purpose, meaning, and value. And there is a correct place to take up the operational issues, which are significant and ought to be heard, where the neighborhood and others can have their voices and their concerns expressed. So I take your questions very much to heart. Thank you. Any other comments? Is there a motion on the floor?
Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion that we move forward with considering resolution 2021 something that has not been indicated yet this evening, without moving forward with an additional public hearing. at the governing body.
There's a motion to move forward with the consideration of the resolution, and there's a second. Any further discussion? Madam City Attorney, can you give me a quick reading on whether we actually need to vote on item 11A or the motion that's been made, which is, I've gathered, to take up 11B, puts that matter to rest?
Mayor Weber, I would interpret the motion made as relevant to the matter that's on the agenda right now. If you would like to set aside that matter instead, then it would be probably a motion to table. I'm sorry, a motion to just amend the agenda to remove it, or a motion to set aside indefinitely. But I think the motion is appropriate. I think the caption is whether or not to have a public hearing, and I'm hearing the motion is not to have a public hearing.
And to hear the item this evening. That's.
And to move to the item below, which would consider the resolution.
And Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, the item is on the agenda.
Okay, so a vote to support the motion moves us to the next item on the agenda. Okay, if that understanding, could the.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Counselor.
I think we should take a voice vote on the matter,
On which matter,
on the
Counselor?
motion.
Take a voice vote rather than a roll call?
Or, I mean, a roll call vote. I apologize. We're moving on to the next item, but
Yeah, we will take a roll call.
a roll
I
call
was-
on item 11A, or are we moving directly to item 11B?
No, I need to take a roll call, I was about to do that on item 11A, and the motion I had was from Counselor Cassett with a second from Romero Worth to move forward without a public hearing and vote on item 11B.
Is that clarification? Very good. Thank you. I think we have it squared away. With that in mind, Counselor Vihil Coppler, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you didn't. Thank you. Something weird just appeared on our Prime Gov, and I don't think this is correct. So I just want to make sure, because it says deny the procedure. Oh, wait, they just changed it. Okay, never mind. Because it says deny the land use case as presented is what it did say. So I just want to make sure anybody looking at this, that was not what we were voting on, but it disappeared. Thank you.
Counselor Abeta, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that the discussion this evening was very helpful as far, because I was confused at Public Works, but so I actually want to thank Counselor Garcia for bringing it forward to get to this point, because it did clarify a lot of things for me. And I appreciate the discussion amongst my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion of the motion on the floor? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
No.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. I want to make a note. It's 7:30. If people are tuning in for the 7 o'clock agenda, we are still on the 5 o'clock agenda. We are at item 11B with the prospect of an executive session at the end of the afternoon session. So please be aware that we are running late. Could you read 11B for us, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 11B is consideration of a resolution approving the vacation of existing portions of the Galisteo Road rights of way at Galisteo Road's intersection with Zia Road, contingent on the Planning Commission's approval of the vacation of existing rights of way and the dedication of new Galisteo Road right of way south of Galisteo Road's intersection with Zia Road in a new alignment, and new Galisteo Road right of way north of Galisteo Road's intersection with Zia Road. And Mayor, I believe Lee Logston is still having trouble, so I don't know if Mr. Klug would like to take this item
Thank you. Thank you. We have planner manager Noah Burke here.
Maybe we can get a motion on the floor and then proceed with.
Mayor,
discussion.
I move to approve this item, and I would like to sponsor it.
There's a motion from Councilor Vihil Coppler to approve the item, and she wishes her name added as a sponsor. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Cassett has seconded it. Jason, did you want to give us a quick overview in the public so they know what we have in front of us?
Thank
Or
you, Mr.
Noah?
Mayor. I'd like to ask Noah Burke to provide that, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, mayors and mayor and councilors. The motion in front of you guys tonight is part of the Zia Station package, and it's a right-of-way. What we're going to do tonight is move the right-of-way a little bit. And I'm sorry, we're having connection problems, so let me just pause this for 1 second. Sorry.
And I know Mr. Burke's joining us from vacation and may have trouble connecting as well. And I did work with Mr. Laxton on the resolution and the memo, so I'm also able to provide additional context. I think we already talked about a lot of the background on the previous agenda item, so I'm also happy to provide a brief overview or additional.
Well, I think we did cover a lot of what this resolution addresses and why we're doing it and why it was in front of Public Works, Public Utilities. So I'm not sure we need to revisit the whys and wherefores. Maybe we should just open the floor to see if there are specific questions from members of the governing body and address those questions as they arise. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you. Just want to clarify, with this vacation of the right-of-way, the city is still responsible for the realigned roadway of Galisteo. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal. Yes, the city will continue to maintain the existing right-of-way as we are now up until the moment when we're ready to close that one off and open up the new one. The new roadway will have to be built to city standards, inspected, approved by our city team. And then once all that happens, it'll be formally dedicated to the city and accepted for maintenance by the city.
Thank you. And then just my other question I had earlier, does NMDOT weigh in at some point for the realignment? Just curious.
That one's a little beyond my knowledge. I don't know if, I know Mr. Berg is also having trouble. We're having bad luck with our internet tonight with our team. I don't know if I can answer that one. They did certainly weigh in on the earlier plans and the earlier proposal, and they're certainly more involved, I think, in St. Francis, more so than the Zia and Galisteo portion of this.
Okay. Is that correct in your assessment?
Jason,
Thank you, Councilor Vieira. Thank you. So my understanding is, yes, the NMDOT is responsible for the St. Francis right-of-way, but Galisteo is a city street. I don't want to speak out of turn, but it's my understanding that they won't have involvement with that.
That's my understanding as well. Yeah, I think because it's all city, that part won't be going to DOT. Thank you, Jason.
That's what I thought. I just want to make sure that who was involved and who would be approving it and making sure it's up to code. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Vihil Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to say that I'm very encouraged by the realignment of Galisteo Road because it's the precursor to the improved traffic that Zia Road that they experience right now getting onto St. Francis Drive, that left-hand turn. And when this realignment occurs, it's going to give the opportunity to have more lanes, more turn lanes, and I think a safer opportunity to cross over onto St. Francis Drive. And the traffic is going to move a lot more smoothly. There's a real bottleneck there right now. So I'm real excited about this opportunity that this project will create to realign this street and give more room for those turn lanes to exist and for cars to enter those turn lanes sooner rather than later and successfully make the green light, the green arrows. This is a traffic nightmare And I don't know that, I know that people realized, some people I'm sure realized during the public hearing on this, that this, the good thing about what's happening here is going to be that intersection and how the traffic pattern is going to work a lot more smoothly. So I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions? If there are no further questions, there's a motion on the floor. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Behill Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Abstain.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to item C on the agenda then, please?
Yes, item C is consideration of a resolution extending the state of emergency as proclaimed by the mayor on July 12th, 2021 by 26 days, expiring at noon on August 9th, 2021 pursuant to section 20-1.3 SFCC 1987.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve from Counselor Lindell, second from Counselor Cassett. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Behill Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. If you could take us to item D, please, on this discussion action item agenda.
Yes, the next item I will read is request to publish notice of public hearing on August 11th, 2021. It's consideration of bill number 2021-15, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico subordinate lien gross receipts tax refunding revenue bonds, series 2021, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $14,745,000 for the purpose of one, refunding, discharging, and paying the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico subordinate lien gross receipts tax refunding revenue bond series 2010B and maturing on and after June 1st, 2022. Two, refunding, discharging, and paying the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico gross receipts tax improvement and refunding revenue bonds from series 2012A and maturing on and after June 1st, 2022. And three, paying costs of issuance on the series 2021 bonds, calling for the redemption of the outstanding series 2010B bonds and series 2012A bonds, providing that the bonds will be payable and collectible from certain gross receipts tax revenues distributed to the city, approving the selection of an underwriter and forms of a preliminary official statement and a paying agent, registrar, and depository agent agreement, delegating authority to the mayor or, in the mayor's absence, the city manager or finance director to approve the final principal amount, interest rates, and other details of the bonds within the parameters set forth in this authorizing ordinance, and to execute and deliver a bond purchase agreement for the sale of the bonds to the underwriter, providing for the collection of certain gross receipts tax revenues, approving certain other agreements and documents in connection with the bonds, ratifying action previously taken in connection with the bonds, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith and related matters. I believe Bradley Flush, our planning and investment officer, is available for this item if necessary, Mayor.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion from Counselor Mayor to approve it and from Counselor Lindell a second. Is there discussion? Could the clerk call the roll on this item, please?
Yes, Counselor Betha,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Could you take us to item E then, please?
Yes. Item E is recommendation on conformatory of appeal of revocation of short-term rental permit STR 229-221, case number 2021-3813, appeal by Charles McCollett of Land Use Director's decision to revoke the short-term rental permit for 521.5 West San Francisco Street. Attorney Michael Prince, Assistant Attorney Michael Prince is available for this item.
Thank you.
And Mayor Weber, Clerk Mahalsik, could we admit Mr. Prince into the panelist list, please?
Yes.
We need to get Mr. Prinz into the meeting. In the meantime, is there a motion that we could have on the floor to discuss? You'd rather hear the presentation?
Move to approve.
Move to, yeah, second.
There's a motion for, just to get it on the floor, there's a motion from Counselor Lindell to approve it and from Counselor Romero Worth is a second. Now we can hear from Attorney Prinz about what the issue in front of us is and perhaps what it isn't.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Weber, members of the governing body. Good evening. This matter comes before you tonight pursuant to the procedure set forth in the city code, specifically section 14.317D6. This section provides that the land use director is required to review all appeals submitted to the land use department for conformity with the requirements of section 14-317. And that is a section that for appeals, for land use appeals. When the land use director determines that an appeal doesn't conform to the requirements of that section, the land use director then refers the matter to the city attorney's office for review. And the city attorney's office then reviews the land use director's determination. And if the city attorney's office concurs with that determination, as is the case tonight, then the city attorney's office submits the written recommendation to the governing body for discussion. And just very briefly, Mr. Charles Lacalle submitted, he's the owner of 521.5 West San Francisco Street. He submitted his appeal to the land use director, appealing the decision by the director to revoke the short-term rental permit that was issued for that property. The land use director then, pursuant to the code, reviewed that appeal and determined that it was not timely submitted. It was submitted a day after the 15-day requirement to submit an appeal. So the land use director then referred it to the city attorney's office. We looked at his decision and agree with his decision that it was not timely submitted, and then submitted this recommendation to the governing body, again, for discussion. Let me see if there's, the decision that the governing body is to make is whether to accept the recommendation by the city attorney's office or to not accept the recommendation. And it's really the recommendation that the appeal was not timely submitted as required under the city code. Sorry. So with that, I would stand for questions at this time.
Thank you. Members of the governing body, any questions for Mr. Prinz? Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you explain to us, Mr. Prince, about how an appeal gets enacted? Like, what is the process for a person who doesn't like a land use decision in this particular case? What is needed to prepare an appeal? From my understanding, it's filling out the form that's our standard form and then paying the fee. Is there anything else I'm missing as part of that process?
Yeah, Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal. Yeah, it is set forth in the chapter 14, or in that section 14 -3.17. It is required to submit an appeal petition, 2 copies of an appeal petition with a notarized signature and the $200 appeal fee. In this case, it's a $200 appeal fee, and that's and it has to be done within 15 days of the final decision, or the final action rather, of the land use department director. So those are the requirements for submitting an appeal that are in the city code.
So when does the 15-day time period get, when does the clock start for the 15-day time period?
Thank you, Mr. or Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal. Under the city code, so it's really the date of a final action and the revocation of a short-term rental permit is a final action by the director. So it's 14-3.17 C4A, the final action is the date of the final written decision. And for final actions of the land use director, as was in this case, it's the date of issuance of any written order granting or denying relief. And in this case, the date of the issuance of the written order was May 24th. The letter that was mailed via certified mail to Mr. Lacalle on that day. So that was the date of final action. So then we would, under the computation of time rules, we don't count that day, but the day after, then just 15 days, calendar days, which in this case would be June 8th.
Okay, so you're saying the clock starts when there's the date of issuance. So you're saying the date that certified mail gets delivered, which was May 24th, correct?
Well, it doesn't say the date the mail is delivered. It just says the date of issuance of any written order. And yes, it is required to be mailed by well, there's a couple different ways it could be delivered, but in this case, it was done by via certified mail, and that is the date that it was mailed is the date of the issuance of the order.
Okay, so whatever that certified mail date, I'm trying to find it, whatever it's stamped, I think they actually have to stamp it. I'm not sure what, how do you determine when a person, a community member receives the letter though?
Well, we do get the return receipt because it is mailed, it's required to be mailed via certified mail, return receipt requested. And we normally get the request or the return receipt, where they sign for the mail. That's not, under the code, it doesn't say that the time starts when the mail is received, but rather when it was issued by the director, again, which was on May 24th. And the stamped receipt for that mailing was attached to to this packet for this item tonight.
Okay, so it's actually when they sign off for the mail, correct?
I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
That they have to sign, when you get certified mail, they have to sign off to receive the mail.
Right, certified, it's sent via return receipt. And so the process just for the U.S. Postal Service is they come to deliver the letter, and you do sign for that letter.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I'll yield the floor.
Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mike, when was the receipt when the Mr. Lakaya received the letter? Certified mail, when did he receive it?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia. I don't have the return receipt of when he signed it. I do know that he was, that land use director emailed Mr. Lacalle the following day, emailed the letter to him on May 25th. And he did receive it on that day, I know. But the letter had been mailed the day before on May 24th to Mr. Lacalle. But I don't have the return receipt that was signed. If it was signed, by Mr. Lacalle.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prince. So
I can add insight into that if you'd like.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Cluck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors, Councilor Garcia. I have the return receipt. I'm holding it right now. Charles Lacalle signed it on 5/26/21. It does say that it was posted on the 27th on the front, so that's curious, but it was signed for on the 26th.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Klug. So then I'm assuming, given that we also emailed it, and in this letter that I'm seeing via certified mail and email, that we would probably go off the date of the 25th because that's the earliest, and then the clock would start ticking off the date of the 25th. I mean, I would find it very strange that we go off of a letter that we date and say it was created on this date and we mailed it out on this date, and then the recipient is at the mercy of USPS. I mean, can you imagine if this was mailed out last fall when it was taking 2, 3, 4 weeks for letters to get sent across town? I mean, that person that was receiving the letter would not have been afforded the opportunity for an appeal based off of the slow delivery of the mail. So from my understanding, is there any reasoning we can't go off of the email that the recipient received on 5/25?
I think the city attorney's hand is up maybe to answer that question.
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia. I realize that it sounds unusual, but the ordinance does say, and it's not unusual necessarily in legal proceedings, there's a lot of matters where it's the date of sending something that is the counted date. And in this case, that is what the code says. It's the date of issuance. It's not the date of receipt.
Okay, I mean, I think that's another one of our flaws in ordinances that needs to be changed. I mean, we can't put the opportunity for somebody to appeal a case in the hands of the mail delivery system. That's just not fair. But I think that answers my question. Thank you.
So I think I want to get a little more clarification as well, maybe from City Attorney McSherry. So the question was asked about when the individual received the letter, but under our ordinance, you're saying the way it has been handled for however long that's been on the books is the date of issuance, not the date of receipt.
Mayor Weber, that's correct. And we don't want to create an incentive for people to not receive our mail.
Okay. Any other questions, councilors?
Mayor Weber.
Yes, Councilor.
So just also to clarify, so the land use director issued his decision on this matter, and on the same day, we mailed that decision, certified mail, return receipt, correct? Return receipt, correct?
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, yes, that is correct.
Okay, and that's in legal circles, that's pretty typical, right? You issue the letter and you mail it out the same day. Am I correct? in that?
Councilor Romero Worth. Yes, that's pretty
Okay.
typical.
So I just want to be clear that those things happened in the same day. The decision of the director and the mailing of the notice of the decision happened in the same day.
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, yes,
Okay,
I
thank you.
didn't make the decision, but I think that's correct.
Other questions from the governing body? I don't see any other hands. So, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
I'm so sorry, I was out of the room for the motion. Can you please repeat it for me?
yes, the motion is to approve item 11E, which is the recommendation on confirmatory of appeal of the revocation of the short-term rental permit.
So we are
For the-
approving the recommendation from the city attorney's office.
Yes, it's the decision to revoke the short-term rental permit for 521.5 West San Francisco Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prinz. We now go to the next item on the agenda. Madam Clerk, if you could read us into it.
Yes, item 12A is our Midtown overview. This is an information only presentation. It's the Midtown Planning and Development biweekly report by the Office of Economic Development. And our Director of Community and Economic Development, Director Richard Brown, is available for this item, as well as additional presenters. Rich, I will let you introduce your guests.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Thank you. Today we have an update on our Midtown progress report. Daniel will walk you through a presentation that is a double box, I'll call it. Partly an update on our public engagement, which is item number 9 on the action plan we have, and then some additional detail on what the takeaways will be for our upcoming public engagement that starts on July 20th through the 22nd. So Daniel will run through this presentation and then take on some questions from you. And I just wanted to also provide an update. We are about to publish our request for applications for our Midtown Public Administrator, our Midtown Project Manager. We hope that goes out on Friday. And so I will have another update, hopefully in 2 weeks from that process when we receive applications. But those two items I wanted to bring up. And with that, I'm going to share my screen and let Daniel do the presentation. Okay, Daniel.
Thanks, Rich. Good evening, everybody. Part of the presentation you'll see this evening is something that you've seen previously, but I wanted to represent it because we've made some revisions to it based on recommendations, requests that we got from some of the counselors at the last time that we presented the public engagement schedule. So the next slide. So again, we always want to start out with the 9-step action plans that we have been charged with. And the focus is right now on the 9th, which is engage the public for development planning. So we'll go through that. Next slide. What I want to reiterate in this slide is that there are 2 Midtown planning sessions that are very public that will happen over the course of the next couple of months. The first one is a listening session and the next one is a workshop session. They will focus on land development, land planning, zoning, meaning land uses, and a development plan, promoting this idea of the incremental development process that we want to deploy. And so again, it's about land development. Think of a horizontal plane, everything that has to happen on that land in order for vertical things to happen. So these will begin, the listening sessions will begin next week. On July 20th, we will be setting up, but there will be meetings And I just wanted to make this also clear that we'll be meetings with staff of various city departments to provide some technical information that is outstanding, that will help inform these development plan issues. The public sessions happen on the 21st and the 22nd. And in the evening of the 21st, which is that Wednesday, we're doing a site walk and then followed by a presentation and a listening session with the public. We come back in September, which we will synthesize that information in what we're calling the workshop sessions. That will be Thursday through Saturday. And so we're maintaining this schedule. And the reason we are, and I know that we had some comments from last time about what if people can't come to any of these sessions. I want to make really clear also to the council, governing body, and to the public that there are ongoing activities happening. Our partner, the Design and Planning Assistance Center, are calling them community conversations, and they're being led by community organizations. They'll be happening in August and September and into October. So if you aren't able to attend any of these sessions or even the site walk, there will be more into the future. The next slide. So again, a recap of the listening sessions. It's all about listening, generating ideas, hearing great aspirational things, as well as some potential, both the problems as well as solutions. And then we'll come back in September, these workshop sessions where we'll actually start drawing. And in both sessions, starting next week and again in September, will be a site model. And the site model will allow people to actually engage the property with moving pieces. And the site model will remain in Santa Fe. We'll find a home for it. We'll work with the Design and Planning Assistance Center, because they'll be holding ongoing workshops and people will be able to engage with the site model over the course of the next few months. Next slide. So this is the amendment that we've made based on comments that you've made and recommendations that you've made. We still feel that it's very important to go back to the governing body. That again, like tonight, an information presentation only, not a request for any votes, but to recap the sessions so that we provide the public back what we heard, getting us on the right track, this synthesizing the information that we've had through the July and again, the September sessions. It'll just be a recap. It'll be an information presentation only. The actual resolution directing the staff to develop the land planning applications will come back to the governing body on October 13th. We'll go through a series of committee reviews. And again, we're going to finance, EDAC, and today the chairperson and the committee at EDAC approved moving the October 13th date to October 20th, so that there's a lineup of committee presentations followed by the Quality of Life Committee, then the Public Works, and then back to the governing body at the end of October for a final vote on that resolution to direct the staff to proceed with a land planning application. The land planning application won't come back until January, February of 2022. And that's when we'll start the regulatory process with the required hearings, notifications, reviews, staff reviews that will last most likely 6 to 8 months into 2022. Next slide. You've also asked us to not do the forums in October, but to do them in August and early September. So we've changed those forums, the district forums that we'll do with the various councilors in the districts in August, and a citywide forum, again, that we'll do with the elected officials in early September before the workshops sessions occur in September. Next slide. So we want to make clear to you and to the public that we are not just talking. These sessions actually are for an implementation purpose. We want to develop the plans that will regulate the development at Midtown. So there'll be a land use plan, which will serve as the basis for zoning applications at the beginning of next year. We will develop a development framework, which will serve as the basis of a master plan application. And we will develop a community development plan. As I've said earlier, this is something that this administration has thought is important, because we want to make sure and communicate to the public that there are priorities that are not simply land-based, but about affordability, access to jobs, stabilizing and preserving and encouraging community arts and culture. These kinds of issues are part of the development So we will write a community development plan and the governing body to review and approve. And we want to complete that by the end of this year. It will be based on the information that we get from all of the sessions, the planning sessions that were happening, as well as the community conversations and the site activation activities that our community engagement partner is working on. Next slide. There will be other pieces woven in through this process. We want to make sure that we have development tools or redevelopment tools to finance and implement redevelopment in Midtown. We'll be looking at the viability of the Metropolitan Redevelopment Act as it may be applied to Midtown. We'll look at various ways of financing infrastructure. And one of the things that has been very important for the EDAC committee as well as the governing body is how much is too much? What is our return on investment? And how do we know that we're actually doing the right thing to encourage the kind of development we want to see, but also that the investment can be returned over a period of time to the city for the investment they've made on the site. Next slide. So these are the new slides, and you've seen this slide before, but we want to make sure that the public and you remember these big goals that came out of 2018. We are not starting from scratch. We're starting from everything that the public has already sort of laid out for us as these big goals. The goals have not been controversial. They've been about the types of uses we want to see at the site. We've seen these, what the public policy mainly coming out of the city. We want to make sure that we get revenues from the site and that we achieve our long-term financial and economic objectives. And there are definitely community development goals. People want to see an engagement process that's inclusive and transparent. And that's why we brought on the Design and Planning Assistance Center, and that the development is a model of sustainable and equitable development. So I want to start there, and if you don't mind going to the next slide, Rich. You've also seen this slide when Michael Pride from the Design and Planning Assistance Center and I presented on the public engagement process as the 4 elements of sustainable development. Now, internationally, the sustainable development elements are typically only 3, the 3 E's: equity, economy, environment. We've also incorporated culture because we think that particularly in Santa Fe, if there's anything that's really important that defines the city is its cultural heritage. So we want to talk about and look at ways that the preservation and the enhancement of culture can happen at Midtown. Next slide. So people ask, well, what does this mean? How does it actually get applied? What are the topics we can talk about that actually highlight these different issues? The Design and Planning Assistance Center conducted surveys and conversations with community organizations. These are the things that they want to talk about, that their constituents want to talk about. And guess what? They're actually fit into the different elements that we want to talk to the public and synthesize this information around. The next slide. So for example, we look at the environment globe, and we know that the land development, the environment that we want to create, actually has a lot of topics in it that we'll be looking at these listening sessions. But I just want to, and you'll have this, and it'll be posted on the public website. But the types of things that people will be thinking about, talking about, and in September when we come back, that will actually be drawing as part of the land redevelopment framework that will turn into a master plan application, a master plan for the site. Next slide. And so people ask, well, what about these other issues that are not so land-based, but about the social responsibleness of a development? So we're looking at equity, we're looking at issues around anti-displacement and neighborhood stabilization, the effects that our site will have on adjacent sites, neighborhoods, housing affordability, the needs of particularly the needs of Santa Fe and the priorities, particularly around affordability. And also we'll be looking at ways that we may write RFPs in the future for developers that increase the capacity for local nonprofit and community-based approaches to housing and neighborhood development. Next slide. We'll be looking at economy and the opportunities that can be created at Midtown, job creation, job access, careers, meaning our work with the higher education institutions, and career paths and how people can access them at all levels. And we'll also be looking at best practices around the country that we can apply at Midtown, meaning the zoning linkage. You build something, but there's incentives built into that if you actually comply and achieve some other community development goals. and how we build that into the community development plan, as well as the zoning application that we create. And the types of spaces we want to create for entrepreneurialism, commercial space affordability for small businesses, and how those and where they get located on the site. Next slide. And finally, culture. These conversations are going on right now. They'll most likely be really essential to the site activation activities that the design and planning assistance partners will be looking at. But it's everything from land acknowledgement and ways that can creatively engage with people around those conversations, preserving and stabilizing community arts at the site, and also the ways that we can promote arts and culture into the future through programming and planning at the site. Next slide. So how do these conversations occur? I'm only going to, for example, we're working with DPAC, Design and Planning Assistance Center, to create conversations with their community organizations. But this is an example of something that, for example, Opticos and Strategic Economics are going to have in their back pocket next week as they try to facilitate conversations during those listening sessions. We anticipate that people will come ready to talk with their own ideas, but just in case we want to stimulate conversation and facilitate conversation, here's some stuff that we'll have in our back pocket to have those conversations. Next slide. Again, this is the slide that you've seen before. It's small on this, but we will make it available. It is going to be posted on the website starting tomorrow. Because we just got the EDAC approval to change the date, we want to change the date in here. And also the date changes from the October forums to the August forums now. So we will change that now that we have the approvals from EDAC. And this will be changed and uploaded and resent out to you and to others through our email network so that it's available broadly. We'll also print it. It'll be available next week at the listening sessions. Next slide. And that concludes. I want to make sure that you continue to go to the Midtown District Santa Fe. It's a live website. We're still working on it every day. But it does have everything that we show the public through the governing body, city council hearings. It gets posted within 2 days. By that Friday, it's up on the website. Thanks, Rich.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, with that, we're open for questions, Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
Thank you, both of you. Are there questions from the governing body concerning the presentation from tonight? Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. And it was, again, I'm going to thank you for getting it to us ahead of the meeting so that we could review it. And that just helps to understand, you know, what the process is, and actually probably reduces questions. So just a question about, I think you had asked our advice or opinions about ways you could engage public that are not our formal community engagement process, but piggybacking on other community events that are occurring, especially if they're occurring on Midtown. And I want to bring to your attention, Vital Spaces has often their projects and community events. One in particular is the Community Art Closet, and there's going to be a lot of people there. And I'm just wondering, you all, if you can provide some kind of information, material about Midtown and our process. And it's this weekend, so I don't know if it's too late to be able to provide that. I just feel like we're missing opportunities to engage the public, or at least tell them, hey, this is happening, Midtown development, you know, we're moving forward in this way. And when we have an opportunity to connect with an already existing event, especially if it's on Midtown, that we need to take advantage of those moments. So I'm encouraging you to think about those future dates if there's not a way to get something out this weekend, because it is this Saturday that they'll have the Community Art Closet, Art Market, and then there'll be another group called Querencia that will also be there getting feedback about community and their perspectives on the, well, Querencia is like a feeling of being a belonging in community. So I just feel like there's opportunities that we need to take advantage of. Aprovechar el tiempo is what, taking advantage of those moments in time. So if it can't happen this weekend, I'm encouraging you to keep thinking about those ways that we can provide information, not necessarily a formal table if that's what, we don't have staff to do that, but just information in general that we can provide to the public about Midtown and where they can engage. And those meetings that are coming up, that having those dates would be important too, just a flyer telling people about that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
And will do. I pulled up the emails for the folks at Vital Spaces. I'll send them an email and ask to talk to them tomorrow about coordinating.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Others? Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate the briefing, as always.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Item 13 is matters from the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. I just wanted to alert you that I sent earlier today maybe it was yesterday, list of contracts over 60,000 per our agreement, as I've been sending in batches of 2 months, all of those contracts via the extension of the emergency order. So that is in your inbox. And Councilor Villarreal, the cannabis presentation was, we'd been working to work on that, but that was in reaction, in response to knowing we needed to do a public presentation. And the next one that is coming up and then will be followed up with quality of life will be an additional presentation on the ARPA fund. So we're working to get that presentation on the agenda, again, using a similar model, trying to level set at the governing body at a high level, and then knowing that it's working through the committee process. So normally things just go through the committee process and come to governing body at the end. And so we're trying to merge these really high level issues and catch on both ends. And with that, I will yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Matters from the city attorney.
Yes, Mayor Weber, members of the council. I just wanted to let everyone know that the next meeting will be time for our next quarterly litigation update. So I will be sending out the written version of the report next week. We're working on updating it right now. If there's any particular cases that you would like me to make sure that the attorney that's working on them is present, so you can take more time on that particular case, please let me know. We will be definitely doing an update on the Public Employees Labor Relation Board case. So Chris Ryan should be present, and we will also do an update on the case related to the obelisk.
Thank you. Matters from the city clerk.
Mayor, members of the city council, I just have a few very quick updates, probably two to keep it short. The first is that we will have a candidate ranked choice voting training this Friday. So if you or anybody you know is interested, please let us know if there's time to still register, and that's being held in conjunction with Democracy Rising and Santa Fe County. It'll be a virtual training as well. And then of course, moving into, as we get closer to the election, we'll be doing additional education outreach sessions with the public using the same platform. So the other reminder I have is that on Saturday, we will have a kids cool down with the Santa Fe Fire Department at Swan Park. It is at 11:30. If just anyone listening would like to join us, it is very fun, and we're encouraging families to bring picnics and stay and play at the park, as well as have a cool down. And then next week on 7/24, which is a Saturday at 11:30, we will be having a kids cool down in conjunction with the Santa Fe Fire Department at Franklin Miles Park. So that's all I've got.
Thank you. Before we go to communications from the governing body, I'd entertain a motion from Councilwoman Villarreal to further amend our agenda for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wanting to see if my colleagues, since we are way past the evening session, which is petitions from the floor, I was wanting to do petitions from the floor and appointments, which is the only two items for the evening session, because the item that we're discussing we'll go into executive session and it's probably going to have a lengthy conversation. So I know we amended this earlier, but I just feel like we don't want the public that's been waiting to, I don't even know how many are actually waiting, but the petitions from the floor should happen now. It's already 8:18, so we're over an hour late.
So what would you move the petitions from the floor and the appointments before we go into executive session and then have that do our communications from governing body,
Right, communications from governing body right now, and then
petitions,
petitions from the
appointments?
floor, appointments, and then we will do item B that was on our consent, which is chart.
Which goes into executive session.
Correct.
So that's a motion on the floor to amend our agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Villarreal has moved and Councilor Romero Worth has seconded to amend the agenda. Discussion? Could the clerk call the roll on the motion, please?
Yes. Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
The agenda has been amended.
Thank you. So with that having been done, and we have completed item 15, which is matters from the city clerk, let's go next to communications from the governing body, as well as the introduction of legislation. And I'll simply begin with Councilor Vihil Coppler to my left.
I have nothing.
Councilor Abeta.
Thank you, Mayor. I am introducing an ordinance amending section 11-13 to increase the city manager's contract approval authority to $250,000. Thank you.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to give a huge thank you to all the staff that are resuming in-person operations. It's a big change of pace. I can only imagine, and just know that there's a ton of support behind you, and just keep up the great work. I do have a request, and I guess this request is to the city manager to schedule an update for the city council on our audit. I know that we recently had extended or requested an extension till the end of August. And the reason I'm asking for the city council to be updated is that when we received the letters from the state auditor's office notifying us of our late audits, we're included. The city council is included in that process. We have to confirm we've received the information. And to be honest, I have no information about the audit, about what's going on, why it's late, et cetera. So I'd like for us, the city council, to be updated. I'm assuming that Mayor Weber's been updated on this, and I think the city council should be afforded the same opportunity. So if we can schedule that during next week's governing body executive session, that would be fantastic. Thank you. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce an ordinance relating to closed captions, creating a new section in the code to require places of public accommodation to activate closed captioning on television receivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
That was quite a change up in the order. Threw me off. I had a wonderful conversation with Gino Rinaldi regarding recreation, and he was describing to me some of the challenges and work that the recreation team has really had to overcome, throughout the pandemic, as well as looking at the reopening and some of the different things that they're considering. And so I really just wanted to recognize our recreation department. I know that that's been it's been a challenging piece that we've had to really work throughout the pandemic. And it's a piece that the public is very eager to see us continuing to reopen. So I really just wanted to thank the recreation department for all of their hard work and the thoughtfulness that they have been putting into this process, and Mr. Rinaldi for taking the time to share that with me. That was very enlightening, and I'm hoping for some more exciting announcements to be coming through them over the next weeks or month. And I believe that is all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mayor Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have anything tonight.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank the fire department for the great memorial service they did for former fire chief and city manager Frank DeLuzio. It was a beautiful ceremony and they did a great job. As always, yourself were there, Councilor Lindell. It was very well done. So thank you to our fire department. And then, Madam City Manager, I asked the MRC staff to do a presentation on the golf course, and I drove out there last Friday, and the course is in pretty good shape. There is always things that can be done a little better, but if you can please thank that staff for doing a great job, because the course really did look good. So lastly, Councilor Abeta and I are sponsoring a resolution accepting a municipal arterial program cooperative grant and accepting a local government road fund grant from New Mexico Department of Transportation for the planning, design, construction, reconstruction, pavement rehabilitation, construction management, drainage, traffic signal improvements, and miscellaneous improvements of CIP 853C, which is the Agua Fria South Meadows Road Intersection Improvements Project. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Councilor Lindell.
I'd like to sign on to Councilor Villarreal's ordinance relating to closed captions. As a hearing impaired person, it makes a mammoth difference. I really appreciate it. I'm also introducing a resolution authorizing the consumption of alcohol during a wine tasting event produced by the Santa Fe Wine and Chili Fiesta, a nonprofit organization on city property during a Friday in September 2021 through 2024, pursuant to subsection 23-6.2B, Santa Fe Code 1987. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I have a few items to introduce and then a couple of things I'd like to speak to. Very briefly, I'm not going to read all of the titles, but I will refer to them. First is a resolution requesting approval of fourth quarter budget amendments and associated New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration Local Government Division schedule for fiscal year 2020-2021, a more lengthy title involving an ordinance authorizing the city of Santa Fe to enter into a loan agreement with the New Mexico Environment Department for the purpose of obtaining project loan funds up to the amount of $4 million plus accrued interest and loan subsidy grant funds in the amount of $180,000 for a total funded amount not to exceed $4.180 million, designating the use of the funds for purpose defined in the most current project description. It is a revolving loan fund, which will allow us to take on some important sustainability projects. Finally, are two other things: a resolution authorizing the assignment of authorized officers and agents for project number CWSRF 088. Resolution extending the duration of the work outlined in resolution 2021-6 regarding community conversations on Santa Fe's cultures, histories, art, reconciliation, and truth. Those are all being introduced. I want to second Councilor Rivera's comments. Very touching ceremony for Fire Chief DeLuzio, his family. He was also a city manager. That was one of the most moving and powerful remembrances I've ever attended. And I fully expect that we will be bringing forward, or Councilor Rivera will be bringing forward, a resolution to name a fire station after Chief DeLuzio, which is entirely appropriate. Some impressive news. here in Santa Fe, St. Bede's Episcopal Church, led by the Reverend Catherine Volin, has used a $15,000 grant to pay off $1.3 million worth of debt held by 782 families. It included the entire of the available debt of New Mexico households, plus Apache, Gila, Graham, Mojave, Navajo, part of Maricopa County in Arizona. These were medical debts that could have crushed families, but by working with an organization called RIP Medical Debt, which identifies households whose incomes are less than twice the poverty level or are insolvent and owe medical debt, St. Bede's cleared this debt entirely. After clearing the debt, the organization alerted the individuals whose debt had been cleared and contacted credit agencies to clear the debt from the debtor's credit history. The church did this by setting aside 10% of each week's contributions from pledges and the offering plate to fund the grant. An amazing accomplishment that relieved 782 families of a crushing medical debt. St. Bede's deserves a significant appreciation from all of us. They are truly taking care of people in need, and I would say doing exceptional work to help people. And we thank them. Another piece of good news. This past summer, recently, Santa Fe Little League hosted the first ever home run derby events for 9 to 12-year-olds. On May 15th, 19 boys took swings at the baseball in the home run derby, and Daryl Carbajal belted 30 home runs and dominated the final round with 22 home runs. I know because I was there. Then, interestingly enough, on May 21, 10 girls competed in the softball home run derby. Jasleen Ramirez blasted 23 home runs. As a result, Jazz, as she goes by the name Jazz and Daryl have been chosen by the T-Mobile Little League Home Run Derby competition to represent New Mexico and compete at the West Regional Final on Sunday, July 25th in Seattle, Washington at the Mariners Ballpark. They were selected based on their performances at our local competition. They are two of only a handful of players across the entire West region to be selected to compete on a national stage in a big league ballpark. They have the chance to advance to the national finals later this summer. Both are Santa Fe residents. Jazz attends E.J. Martinez Elementary. Daryl attends Chaparral Elementary. As far as I am concerned, they have already won. They are going to the bigs. They're going to play in a big league park. They're going to compete on a big stage, and they're going to represent Santa Fe. And we are so proud of them and so excited for them. And we support them all the way. We wish them nothing but the best as they continue to blast the baseball out of the park. Thank you to both of them for being such outstanding representatives of our community. That completes my remarks. I now think we roll forward to petitions from the floor, and then we'll take on an item for appointments. Madam Clerk, are there folks who have waited an hour and 40 minutes, and we appreciate that, to offer petitions from the floor?
Yes, Mayor, I have Miss Stephanie Beninato. She does have her hand raised, and I will allow her to speak momentarily. Did you want to allow the 2 minutes, Mayor?
Yeah, I think we can go with the 2-minute rule. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I will start that. Miss Beninato, you can now, you've been unmuted.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I too want to thank St. Bede's for doing that amazing act of charity of helping people be relieved of medical debt. I think it's wonderful. I'm a little bit disappointed that you're going to be discussing the chart contract in executive session, is my understanding. I guess my question really is, and this is just from the newspaper, it sounded like the two major facilitators both had full-time jobs. One said, I think it was the main facilitator, was working for the Hispanic Cultural Center until July of 2021. Well, that's this month. And the other person, I can't remember where they were working, but I think it was either a nonprofit or state agency. And I'm concerned because I think CHART is going to require a very focused attention and is going to be time consuming. In terms of RAC, Chavez Center was telling us last week at the beginning of the year, no more masks and no more reservations as of this Monday. I tried to contact Mr. Rinaldi about this. I never got a response back because the other two pools said, no, we're waiting for city council. They're supposed to vote on this on Monday. And I was told you were voting it on tonight, but I haven't heard anything about whether we're still under a reservation system and requiring masks at these recreational facilities, because I did see a man walk in maskless, walk into the pool maskless, and nobody apparently said anything to him. And again, I just think we need some clarity about the procedure at these recreational facilities. And I don't know why Chavez keeps stepping out of the lane and making up their own rules before there's an agreement from the head of recreation and/or council. And then the last thing I want to say is that my neighbor built a partial fence on between next to my wall and next to my shed. It is a very odd fence. It looks like 8 feet high from my side, which I believe it's only supposed to be 6 feet. And that's because it doesn't actually touch the ground. The cross braces are on the outside of the fence that is facing me rather than facing inwardly. I did talk to Mr. Kluk about this. He told me that the permit was actually for a wall. Bobby Padilla came out on Monday. I did not see a red tag on it. The two men who worked on it were there Monday and Tuesday. There's been no change. The fence hasn't been taken down and a wall started. The fence hasn't even been corrected as to height and the cross bracing. And I wonder why not. Again, the laxity sometimes in certain building inspectors, and in this particular inspector on Don Cubero, we were told all kinds of inaccurate code.
Ms. Benenato, your time is up.
Could I just finish the sentence, please?
Sure.
We were told a lot of inaccurate statements about code at a building at 1008.
Thank you.
Cubero. Thank you very
Thank
much. And could you have somebody tell us what's going on at the recreation? Do we need reservations?
Thank you. I think your time is up. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there others waiting to be heard on petitions?
Yes, there's one individual, they don't have their full name. It's C. Winfield. Mr. Winfield, if you would like to speak, I will start your 2 minutes. Mr. or Mrs. C. Winfield.
Hi, it's Christine Winfield. Thank you for listening. I am actually had a couple questions about the chart agreement that is on the agenda for today, and how were Native groups specifically involved and asked to respond. And I have concerns about a white-led organization being in charge of an initiative that's about truth and reconciliation, and exactly what actions are going to be taken to ensure that Natives have a real contribution to this effort. Will they be serving on the board? Will they be hired in a leadership role? What actual lived experiences does the director have as a Native woman? Which Pueblo has or does she reside? What Native language does she speak? And what other actions are going to be taken to ensure that natives are included in this? I'm really concerned about the selection process and why this particular organization was selected. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Right. Yep. The next individual is Miguel Gabaldon. Miguel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Again, as the previous two speakers mentioned, I'm curious to see, or excited maybe even so, to hear how the chart selection goes this evening, and look to hearing some sort of information after executive session. It just is a time to move forward, and let's see how we can all work together as multicultural citizens of a multicultural city that has existed for several centuries together, and hopefully come to resolution as we move forward. Secondly, I also like to thank the city for ensuring that the community meeting was held last night with Pete's Place, and hearing from community members and looking to see improvements as we move forward, addressing unsheltered individuals throughout the city, and getting more transparency on the issues that were brought up regarding temporary tent city and the next, I guess, temporary transitional housing project similar to Santa Fe Suites behind Albertsons. So again, thanks for your time on that and everything you're moving forward with as we come out of COVID. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
The next individual is Madeline M. Madeline, I will go ahead and start your 2 minutes once you unmute.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
So I'm calling to speak basically on what the last 3 people have spoke about, which is on the Santa Fe Chart Commission and who they have decided to, I guess, run Santa Fe Chart. I'm not sure the language to use there, but appointing the Artful Life to run Santa Fe Chart seems kind of inappropriate, personally. Just one quick Google search shows you that the founder claims to have DNA and Pueblo ancestry, which, you know, as a white person myself, I recognize that as a common phrase used by settlers to co-opt spaces that are not ours. So CHART is supposed to stand for culture, history, art, reconciliation, and truth. Yet the city is proposing yet another group of white people to run this commission. So my comment is really a rhetorical question. Where is the direct Native presence? Is appointing this group ran by a self-described collaborative artist really the best course of action? To me and to a lot of other constituents, it is not. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and the last individual, oh, there's 2 more. There is Carrie Wood. Miss Wood, there you go.
Hi, Yate. My name is Carrie Wood. I'm in District 2, and I emailed these concerns regarding chart to my counselors, but I just want to reiterate it here. So I also have concerns about chart for the same reasons that other people have. And another one is that the selection committee states that there's someone from the Arts Commission on it, but we don't know who. And Valerie Martinez's mom is on the Arts Commission. And so that seems like a very problematic right there. And then when I heard that Miss Martinez was claiming to be Navajo and Pueblo, I emailed her, and then she provided me DNA test results and some genealogical online research, which is very problematic. And I tried to explain to her why it's problematic, and she didn't understand it. And so the fact that she doesn't get that and she's co-opting an identity that belongs to me and my community is very, very problematic, and tells me that she should not be the person in charge of chart because she doesn't even understand this herself. And I also want to let you know that I have been discussing this with my tribal government, And I will be reporting to the Human Rights Commission for the Navajo Nation to keep them updated on how the city of Santa Fe is treating their Diné people as well as Native people in general. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Christina Castro. Christina Castro?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Dr. Christina M. Castro here, District 1, homeowner, Jemez and Taos Pueblo. I just would like to reiterate what has been stated by previous comments. Also acknowledging that the whole chart process is inherently flawed. There is no healing and reconciliation as long as racist genocidal monuments continue to stand in our community, in the center of our community and in the downtown area. The Kit Carson obelisk still stands in spite of the mayor's proclamation and the city's proclamation to take down these monuments a year ago as of June. Also, we as an Indigenous community, I would echo other sentiments that Valerie Martinez's co-opting of Pueblo and Diné identity is highly problematic. And we will continue to show up to your meetings. We will continue to voice our opinions and truths as Indigenous people in this city. And you really need to start listening to us. We all saw what happened on Indigenous Peoples Day of last year. And it's time for you to take us as constituents seriously. You promised as a city to remove these monuments. There is no healing and reconciliation. The chart process will continue to flail and flounder as if you continue to engage people who are not representing the Pueblo and Diné communities and the larger Native American community. You can contact the Indigenous Center. You can contact organizations in this city that represent Indigenous people. We are all here. We all have voices. We deserve to be heard. We deserve for our histories to be told. And we do not need representatives like Valerie Martinez, whose mother sits on the Arts Commission. And we also are delving into her backstory with Artful Life. And she's a chair on the Bernalillo County Arts Board. And she's also been obtaining city contracts in Albuquerque through Artful Life. So that too is a conflict of interest. So we
Thank you, Ms. Castro.
With Albuquerque, and we will be attending these meetings and making sure she does not get appointed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Madam Clerk?
right. Yep, I have Markel Musgrave.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, Gindi. Hello, everyone. My name is Markel Musgrave. I'm a tribal member from the Pueblo of Nambe. I grew up on the reservation in Nambe Pueblo and also in Santa Fe. And like many other people here, I just want to reiterate my concern, my genuine concern for this appointment, for the leader of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to not represent and have actual relationships with and have the understanding of the political relationship to a nation, to a tribal nation, and what the intersections of living within a border town look like. I'm very concerned about the lack of concern that the harm that this causes to the Native community and the work and emotional labor that Native women and Native communities are having to do to educate and lead without proper support and guidance. This is incredibly saddening, incredibly disheartening, especially as a parent, especially as somebody who grew up here, especially as somebody who's of also the Hispano community. Who understands these intersections, who has relationships and kinship within these communities. So I really hope that you hear these concerns and something is done about this. It is not representative of us. The fact that we have had to educate about why this is problematic is, like many others have mentioned, so problematic in itself, and increased harm and trauma throughout an effort that should result in healing is the opposite end of the goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next person is Isaac Jasper. Isaac Jasper.
Yes. So I'm actually here for the same reason as everyone else. I'm concerned about chart. I think representation is something that's being challenged by marginalized communities, and I think it's about time that we do that here locally as well. And I think what everyone has said should be heard and should be felt. And I hope you all take that into deep consideration before anything else moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, and then Renee. Renee.
Hi, yes, Renee here. I am a citizen of District 2 as well, and I'd like to address concerns that have been echoed throughout this Zoom. I think it's important that we recognize, you as a governing board and your responsibility to all people of this community. And I feel like what I've heard through conversations just in person, throughout newspaper articles, and here in this room is not all of your constituents are being heard. And I think, part of that reconciliation is making strides to hear those voices. And if there's enough voices that are saying that this isn't somebody who has been present in our community, also should speak to what kind of strides does that actually present in these motions of reconciliation. With that, I yield my time.
Thank you.
Mayor, that is the last individual in the room with their hand up.
Thank you.
Mhm.
In that case, if you could take us to item 19 in the evening session, which is appointments. If we can do that, then I think we'll have gone through the work required to then move to the executive session.
Yes, item 19A is appointments of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We have,
Mayor Weber, councilors, I just want to make sure that we're not misleading anyone in the public. We won't be able to go to executive session for the whole matter. It's only if we're discussing the proposal. So the contract is open session. Any questions of our committee are open session. Anything about the process would be in the open session. The only reason to go to executive session would be discussion of the proposals, but everything else about the contract should be an open session. So that discussion would not be an executive session.
Correct. And we will be coming back after the executive session for that purpose. We're not going to conclude in executive session.
Mayor Weber, councilors, and I don't know if you're going immediately to executive session or not. The order is not mandated in any particular format.
Yeah, we have work to do after we come out of executive session. So with that, can we resume the appointments to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee?
yes, Mayor. We have, as I mentioned, appointments and reappointments for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. There's Yolanda Ianstein. It's a reappointment with the term expiring in June of 2023. Tony Gerlitzk with an appointment term ending on 6/2022. Ben Pingley with an appointment term ending on 6/2023. Michelle Hoffman, MA LPCC, appointment term ending 6/2023. Phil Lucero is an MA, an appointment term ending in 6/2023. And Terrence Forbach, a PE, with an appointment and a term ending on 6/2022.
Move to approve.
Second.
Counselor Garcia, do you want to speak to this in any way?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With these appointments, I'm excited to announce that each city council district will be equally represented with 2 individuals per district. So I think that's the first time we've done that in a bit. And we also have the most women on board right now, 4 women. So we're making some progress there. And so I look forward to working with all the new appointees on the members. And if any of the governing body members have any questions about any of the individuals, please feel free to reach out or even attend one of the meetings. We've got some eager folks. Our meetings go sometimes 3-4 hours just because they've got so much work they want to accomplish. And I definitely encourage that and love spending the time with them. So with that, no other comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other discussion of the motion? Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vito Cropper,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Now, I'm picking up on the comments from the city attorney. We have much we can discuss in public about the chart item. The only part that, if I understand the city attorney's comments correctly, the part that would be in the executive session would be about the proposal itself, because that is still covered by the RFP process. But if members of the governing body would like to begin the discussion here before going into executive session, we could do that. We could go into executive session, take on the items there that are only appropriate for executive session, and then return to talk publicly about the items that are open for public comment.
And Mayor Weber, may I clarify slightly further? I think there should be a motion on the table first, and then we could either start the discussion or go into executive session.
So get a motion on the table regarding the item on the agenda, and then either discuss that openly with the pieces that are open for public, the public meeting, or after there's a motion, then go into executive session to take on the specific proposal related conversations. Am I hearing you correctly?
That's right, Mayor Weber. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, can we get a motion then regarding the item which is in front of us, a request for approval of professional? Madam Clerk, why don't you read the item, not me?
Thanks, Mayor. 10B is request for approval of a professional services contract in the total amount of $254,000 for Chart Consultant Team, Artful Life LLC. Pauline Kamayama, our Arts and Culture Department Director, is available for this item, as well as myself in the role of the Community Engagement Department Director.
So can we get a motion on the floor?
Move for approval.
Second.
There's a motion from Councilor Abeyta to approve the contract. There's a second from Councilor Romero Worth. So we have a motion and we have a second. And now we have a decision in front of us as to how we would like to proceed. We can certainly go into executive session now and take on the parts of the discussion that individuals have suggested they would like to take into an executive session, do that, and then come back out for further discussion about the parts that are not subject to that executive coverage. Or we can, yeah.
I have some questions that probably can be addressed before we go into executive session.
Good. And go into executive session after that. Is that people amenable to that? You know what I'm thinking I would like to see if we could do when we are both in executive session and coming out of it, is if each individual has a line of concerns or questions or thoughts they'd like to share, we just each take a turn and get everything we want to say, or each of us wish to address and move through it in a serial way. Councilor Vihil-Coppler, you had a comment?
Thank you. I have a question about the procedure here. So we made a motion to approve this, and then I would assume further down, however long, we will make a motion to go into executive session.
Correct.
Can you couch an executive session motion under another motion which hasn't been voted on?
Ms. McSherry, matter of process.
Yes, Mayor Weber, councilors, yes. This is you do not have to go to an executive session unless you want to talk about the proposal. So this is really just a procedural option you have while you're talking about this matter, and a matter needs to be on the table before you go into executive session.
And we haven't decided to go into executive session for that matter. We may clear up all of our questions right here and now. So I would recommend we start as if we are simply going to take this matter up in front of us. We allow Ms. Kamiyama to introduce it, and then we entertain questions from members of the governing body and see where we are after that has started. Councilor Vihel-Coppler?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to know if the proposal person is in the Zoom room. Is she attending? I don't see any announcement of anyone else who might be on this Zoom call.
I don't know the answer to that question. Is are representatives of the potential contract awardee with us tonight?
If I can, Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, yes, the proposed awardee is available and is on the Zoom if the council would like for them to do an overview or to ask any questions, again, not related to the proposal, but in general, that can be done.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking is because I know that your photo doesn't, or you don't appear on Zoom unless you are physically active in your video. So I'm assuming are they in the room or are they just, where are they?
Yes, would you like Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Vihel-Coppler? Oh, there is Valerie from Artful Life, as well as Janice.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from this contractor's outfit here?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, no, Valerie Martinez and Janice will be handling this item this evening.
Okay, so I just wanted to know who was present. And so I didn't necessarily mean that they had to turn their camera on, but that's a preference. That wasn't exactly what I was asking, but just to make sure who was in the room so that when these questions came up, I think it's important to know who's attending. Thank you.
Yes.
Very good.
Mayor, just
Councilwoman.
one more clarification. Aaron, can you give again the parameters for, and I had the notes in front of me, but I left them at home, about where the line is between the questions we can ask in a public session and what kinds of questions have to be in executive session, just so that we're all clear from the get-go. If my memory serves, it's about the contract, and I think there was some other wording you had that helped define that space.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth. It's actually anything about the contents of the proposal. So the contents of the proposal are really the only things that need to be discussed in executive session, and really anything else can be discussed in open session. So the contract, which is posted publicly, can be discussed in this public session. Anything about the contract, the contractor can introduce herself, or the contractor representatives can introduce themselves. But the only part that's protected is the proposal itself. And that's to protect the competitive nature of the procurement process.
And I think the other line of questioning that's okay in public session is the RFP process itself, correct? That's the part.
Yes, that's correct. The process itself, the criteria that were used in this particular selection, anything from the request for proposals, which was also posted publicly while it was in play, and then also it's part of the packet today, I believe.
Okay. Any other questions before we commence? I think, Pauline, you might take the floor, present an overview, or you and Christine might want to set the stage, because I think we really need to clarify what the contract is, what the process was, anticipate some of the questions, and then we'll open the floor for our council members, governing body members to ask questions. But I want to give you the opportunity to give us a kind of an introduction to what's in front of us.
And Mayor, if I can add,
Counselor.
if she could also just talk about the resolution itself and what this chart process is supposed to do. Because I think based on the public comment that we just heard, there's some misunderstanding about the process that's been laid out and how all interested parties will be included in that process.
Fair enough. So we give the floor over to you and give us an introduction if you would, please.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Weber, governing body members. The Culture, History, Art, Reconciliation, Truth, the substitute resolution was passed in January. And what it entails is an outline of a game plan, so to say, about community-centered engagement broken down into 3 major lanes. One is the community convenings. That will be a series of meetings with groups, 3 meetings to begin with. There will also be other forms of participation, whether it be one-on-one interviews and or surveys. Anyone who participates in the community convenings will self-select to be part of the community solutions table, which is an open forum that will take place with all the data that's gathered from the one-on-one interviews and the surveys. Their other 2 lanes are temporary art activations that will happen not only in the downtown area, but also throughout the city. Another way to get people involved and to learn and listen to each other from that way. It's a really great different pathway to collect stories. The other one is a cultural history series that will entail historians, community historians, storytellers, and other things, another opportunity to lay the foundation of our very rich and multi-layered history here in northern New Mexico, specifically here in the city of Santa Fe. So this was outlined in the substitute resolution. It was based on the model that Albuquerque did. However, learning from their lessons, expanded a little bit deeper. That's why we added the artist activations and the cultural history series, as well as extending the timeline to be a full 12 months in order to do the amount of community engagement while allowing 2 to 3 months for compiling and synthesizing that data. That information was then put into the request for proposals that was issued through the procurement process. So that did get sent out, the normal standards, which the advertisement in the papers, posting on the website for procurement for the RFPs, as well as other outreach that we did. The mayor's office had collected a list of interested people, and also we established a chart website where people can sign up. Those went out. We also sent it to our arts commissioners to send out to their networks, and we sent it out to a broad base of people. Listed it on our social media venues as well. So we did as much outreach as we could and know that the word would spread. The applications came in, and I'm going to actually turn it over to Mr. Burnett. Mr. Burnett was our procurement manager and handled that for us. And I think, Sam, if you wouldn't mind walking us through that.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I actually don't have a presentation prepared for how the process unfolded. I am available to answer any questions you might have related to it once you guys begin, exploring the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Pauline, maybe just to not jump into that, but just to note that the proposals were done as they would be for our standard procurement process. So as Pauline mentioned, they were posted on the website and distributed, and then I think we did send out kind of a timeline for what we're working through today, which is again the approval, or we're seeking to ratify the approval, the recommendation of the evaluation committee. So I did want to just add that clarification from the timeline specific to the procurement process, but then Pauline, I'll let you continue on your introduction.
Sure. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Mr. Mayor and governing body. So part of the community-centered process, we put in there for the consultant team to engage with the community leaders, and because we know that there are already organizations out there in the neighborhoods who are really great facilitators and community people, community-minded people, so that they would actually be part of the consultant team, but the consultant team would then have an open call or whatever format that they chose in which to identify and to work with and collaborate with different community members. And again, looking at a very broad base of who that membership would be. And then the community convenings would, happen whether within an organization or a group of friends. There could just be a number of ways that could happen, and leaving it flexible like that, so that if there was an organization, they could sponsor a convening or a group. If the arts commissioners, for example, wanted to each host a convening of people, they can do that as well. Or someone in the neighborhood, a reading group, whoever it would be, to really be able to get out into the community. So we're looking at the facilitators being a combination and of community folks and some folks from Artful Life. They would be trained together, or the consultant team, whoever is awarded that, would train them. And then also really to look at it being an iterative process, right? To do a few rounds, learn from it, and then fine tune it as they go, but always listening to the community, hearing the stories, and then making the connections that way. And if you have any questions, we're here to answer them.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what would be helpful for the public, I know this discussion and these questions we talked about in each of the committees, but what I think would be helpful is just to understand the process. When the RFP went out and how many people applied, how many actually made the cut, what was the process of, what was the criteria that the selection committee utilized in order to make a determination on the recommendation, and also to let the public know who sat on that selection committee.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, I can give you all some background on that. I'll start with the evaluation committee. That was a 4-person committee. I was a 5th member of the committee. However, I wasn't a voting member. I was more managing the process, recording the scores, and taking down notes of people's reactions to the various sections. The other 4 members of that committee were Julie Sanchez, the division director of our Youth and Family Services division. We had Maria Tucker from our library division director. We had Adelma Nasco, who is a member of the Art Commission. And we had Mr. Andrew Lovato, who was I believe was a city historian. And so those were the 4 members. I have to, I apologize. I actually don't know the date that the RFP was posted. I do know that there were 2 sessions to evaluate 2 portions of the proposal in April. I believe, if memory serves correct, April 12th and I believe it was April 22nd was the second session. Our first session was focused on evaluating the technical proposals. After we completed a review of the technical proposals, I submitted our initial report to purchasing to review and provide feedback on. Once it was deemed that we had officially completed that process, we were then given the cost proposals, which we reconvened to evaluate. Again, that was submitted to the purchasing department to review our process and our scoring to make sure everything was compliant. And, kind of in a very simple nutshell, that was the process that we went through. I know that there were 3 proposals that the city received. Of the 3 proposals, 1 did not include all of the documentation required in the RFP, and therefore it was disqualified. So the evaluation committee evaluated 2 proposals in total. With that, I would turn it back over to you. Let me know if I missed any of the details you asked for an explanation of.
Thank you, Sam. I think the one thing that might be helpful is to give us some idea of what the scoring criteria included.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal. And give me 1 second to pull up the evaluation. It's been a little bit, so I want to make sure okay, I have it in front of me. So the 4 criteria set out in the RFP that we reviewed were related to the experience of the proposer, relevant experience related to endeavors similar to the chart process. The second criteria that we reviewed were professional references for each of the organizations. The 4th criteria were cost proposals. And then the 4th and final criteria, which we chose to omit, were oral presentations. And at the end of the evaluation process, the oral presentations would have been a 3rd convening of the evaluation committee along with the various proposers. And in this particular case, there was already such a difference in score that reconvening to do oral presentations would have not changed the outcome of the evaluation. We worked with purchasing to make a determination on how to proceed, and it was determined that we would give both proposals full points for the oral presentation section.
Thank you. And I'm just looking at the procurement scope right now, and it's based on what was outlined in the chart resolution. And I'm just looking at it now. It says experience in cultural competency, demonstrated community-centered practice and experience, conducting community engagement, that the facilitators, team members who are of and from the various Santa Fe communities, and then expertise as it relates to issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and ability to authentically engage stakeholders of diverse backgrounds with competency. So that's just a few that I'm looking at that I thought were important. Well, that was helpful. I think it just wanted to set the stage for like what was the process. I mean, I have questions about budget and also about the proposal that I will have to ask in executive session, but I'll yield the floor for now.
Thank you. Other questions that we can take up here? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we've been waiting for this whole process for a year. This is something that our community has been really, really looking forward to, in the sense that we as a governing body have taken up a charge to figure out a process and how we can try to address our, our complex history, the trauma, and try to really address what's happening and what's happened in our community. Unfortunately, I think what's been brought forth and with the comments we've heard, not only tonight, but with various community members, this proposal has only created future and more division within our community, which is saddening. This is a process that should be bringing us together. And to hear folks say things like our voice is not heard, it's really having me question, are we getting this process right? I think one of the major concerns we heard as we were debating what was the original chart committee in the fall was, is this process going to be predetermined? Is the final outcome already written? And I can't say we've shined the light on that. I mean, I think it's exhibited with even the recent disclosure that there was meetings this past week, and even though they weren't meetings talking about the proposal, but meetings that included a governing body, included the mayor last week, it doesn't help the process. It only perpetuates that sentiment that's held by some community members that this is predetermined. And I think we need to do everything we could have to get away from that. And I guess I just got to express my frustration in that, because I mean, I know that I've done everything within my power to ensure that this is a fair and transparent process. So I mean, if I was in the position where there was even, and I think the city attorney said it earlier, if there's even an appearance of bias, one should recuse themselves from the process. And I know that folks feel that there's bias. And so I'm really struggling with this process that we've taken a year to come up with. And so with that, I do have questions, and I probably will have further questions after we come out of executive session.
Counselor, before you start your questions, I think the city attorney's hand is up too.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I'd appreciate it if I got to express my own statements for myself, because I think they're often put out of context. My earlier statement was about a quasi-judicial process. There is no quasi-judicial process here.
I understand, but your comments were in reflection to conflict of interest.
No, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, my comments were about quasi-judicial processes, and I expressly stated it was outside the context of conflict of interest, which is in the ethics code.
Okay, so let's strike that from the record, and I'll attribute those comments to myself. City attorney did not say that. City Councilor Michael Garcia feels that even if there is an appearance of bias, one should recuse themselves. So hopefully that's clarified.
Well, it's clarified, but I also take exception to your comments.
Okay.
You are asserting things that are counterfactual. You are attributing things to me, just as you attributed them to the city attorney. And when you say we are giving the appearance of bias, there is no appearance of bias because there was nothing biased that took place. So in fact, what you are creating is the appearance of bias rather than detecting it. And insofar as you attempt to impugn my integrity, I frankly find that unacceptable.
Mr. Mayor, what I'm stating is my opinion.
I know, but your
that's the
opinion is about
opinion
me, and
of
we have a
many
very clear code of ethics about
I understand that, Mr.
impugning
Mayor.
other people's ethical conduct, and I find it out of order.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Mayor, but I'm stating my opinion and the opinion of community members who have reached out expressing such opinion to me as well. And I think that's, the broader public deserves to understand that. And the broader public that was not part of our committee meeting on Monday, when I had asked the question of, were you involved in any meetings with the proposed contractors? It was clarified that that was true. And it was
No,
clarified.
it's clarified that there was a conversation after they had been recommended.
Correct.
In which I asked how they intended to introduce themselves. That has nothing to do with the selection. That has nothing to do with
I'm
my
not implying
influence.
that, Mr.
Yes, you
Mayor.
are. You're quite, you
No,
are
I'm not. I
saying
never
bias.
implied that.
You
Mr.
are,
Mayor.
you are asserting bias. We will get to them in a minute, but this is a matter of personal integrity and I'm not going to let it go. We've had Councilor Garcia attack Mr. Brown and accuse him of hornswoggling the city council. We've had Councilor Garcia attack other members of our department heads for similar ethical concerns about streetlight projects. They are not Councilor Garcia's governing body peers. I am. And I feel very much that that kind of an assertion is untoward.
Mr. Mayor, those are the facts. I'm expressing.
No, you
the
are,
facts.
you are creating facts.
No,
You're
I'm
entitled to your-
expressing the facts.
What is the
Is it-
fact?
is-
you're-
The
what
fact
is the
is,
fact,
the
Councilor?
fact is that you met with, it was confirmed during the committee, the Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting on Monday, that you met with the proposed contractors. They confirmed that within that meeting, city staff provided a role of the process, and I'd have to go back and look at the minutes. And I no way ever said that you had conversations with them prior to the process. What I'm saying is you met with them, and I'm giving you the context if you had allowed me to explain which was confirmed in the meeting.
So your fact is that I had a conversation with the proposed contractor.
Correct. And
that to your mind is an expression of bias.
No, what I'm stating, Mr.
That was what
Mayor,
you
is
just
that is-
said.
What I'm stating, Mr. Mayor, is I feel that that only helps to perpetuate that this is a predetermined process.
In what way
I
does it
also-
do that, Counselor? I'm confused. We had a conversation after they had been recommended, and I asked them how they intended to introduce themselves. That was the extent of the conversation. Now, I'm concerned that you are offering an interpretation of that that suggests something untoward. So if you are or you are not, please clarify that.
What I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, is what was stated during the meeting on Monday. That's what I'm restating. For those folks that weren't privy to the conversation on Monday, I'm stating it. I stated that I felt that type of engagement, my own personal opinion, felt it only helped to perpetuate that this is a predetermined process. I'm not saying that's the outcome. I'm saying that is my feeling. I'm stating that there has also been community members that had concerns about that information when it was made fact on Monday. I'm stating that. I'm not accusing, I'm just stating what was told to me. So with that, I have questions. If you want to get into this back and forth, fine, but I've got questions on
Well,
the
let's
matter,
move to
Mr.
your
Mayor.
questions, but I want to put in a very clear point that any suggestion that my conversation after a recommendation of a contractor had been made, where I asked them how they wish to be introduced to the public, has any element of bias or predetermination of their selection. I had no knowledge they were even a contestant in this effort to get the contract. So if you wish to clarify your point so that you're simply saying there was a conversation where I asked them how they were going to be introduced to the public, and then I exited the conversation, that is factually correct. There's nothing improper or untoward about that. If you want to add some personal interpretation to it, then you and I can have words about that later. You have the floor to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is in relation to on page 61, and this is a document that is included in our packet. So I'm assuming I can ask this question. So on page 61 of the packet, item B1, it talks about performance measures and it's got a to be determined date on there. And I'm just wondering why we have not entered any type of time frame in regards to performance measures.
Who are you addressing that to, Counselor?
I guess city staff, because they're the ones who developed the contract.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, let me pull the packet up for just a moment. Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, for clarification, my page 61 on the contract, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the same document because on my page.
Sorry, Ms. Kamiyama. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. So performance B, one, prepare regular scheduled updates, TBD. Is that the question that you're asking?
Yes, thank you. It was, my question was, why do we have a TBD and not establish report dates? I mean, we don't have to give definitive calendar dates, but if we requested a monthly update, quarterly update, some type of update, and I guess my question is why we're not incorporating that into the contract now.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, thank you for the question. I believe we left that open because we weren't sure if it was going to be monthly and then transition to quarterly. So that was something that would be determined once the consultant team and us as the city met to determine what was the best way to report back to the governing body.
Okay. I mean, I would feel more comfortable if we left the language or we changed the language to something such as no less than 1 month. That way it opens it up. If we want to move it to quarterly, we can do so. But it allows for the governing body to, in some sense, real time, be able to get updates on the matter. So I don't know if we have to, how that works, if we can have the potential contractor agree to that, or if we have to, I don't know how the process works, but that's something I would, for us to like to look into. But so thank you for that. My next question is, so on page 64, and I'm calling out the page, packet page, I apologize. On packet page 64 on item 8, it does not allow any subcontracting without the approval of the city. So who would be authorized that approval in the city?
Mr. Mayor, governing body, Counselor Garcia. So that would then be working with myself and Christine to hear what the consultant team is recommending for their pathway forward on finding their community collaborators.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And so would that be the same? So a similar language on page 65 and item 10. This is more in regards to, let me pull up that page. I guess this is about releasing of information. And so would that process still be the same? It says information can't be released until the city approves it. Let's see. Any confidential information provided or developed by the contractor in the performance of this agreement shall be kept confidential and shall not be made available to any individual or organization by the contractor without prior written approval of the city. So who would be the person signing their name off?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, which line item you're on page 65?
Yeah,
Which
page
number?
65, item 10, confidentiality.
Okay, thank you. As I read this, and it's again standard template language, but as I read this as being the manager of the contract, that would come through the Arts and Culture Department, but also shared with Christine, Madam City Clerk, and the Director of Community Engagement, in order to then present reports and findings to the City Council.
Okay. I think those are the only questions I had in regards to the contract. So with that, thank you, Ms. Kamiyama. I appreciate the feedback. With that, I'll go ahead and yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it would be helpful to have the potential contractors say a little bit about their process and also the work that they've done. I know we've had details about your experience and background. I think first, Ms. Garab, you weren't in one of our committee meetings, and so I didn't get a chance to ask you about your work with, if you could describe a little bit about your work with New Mexico Arts and what your work entails. And from my understanding, that's a division of the Office of Cultural Affairs, correct? Could you
Yes.
tell us a little-
Oh, sorry.
No problem. If you could just tell us a little bit about your role with New Mexico Arts.
Sure. Mayor Weber and Councilor Villarreal. I'm the currently the Grants Program and Policy Director for New Mexico Arts. New Mexico Arts is the state arts agency and a division of the Department of Cultural Affairs. I have been there for 13 years. My primary responsibility there has been to manage over $1 million of funding to primarily arts organizations, but also municipalities, tribal entities, K through 12 schools and colleges and universities across the state, around 200 every year. So that's my main responsibility. I have 4 people who work with me. We work in specialty areas of local and community economic development, traditional arts, arts in the military, poetry out loud, which is a national program, accessibility, and access and inclusion, DEIA work. Personally, I work primarily around the state with communities, everything from Farmington in the north to Silver City and Las Cruces in the south, all kinds of sizes, visiting them and working, especially with the Economic Development Department, on looking at how communities can take the assets that they have and expand them to both develop greater community strength and ties and also economics as well. What else can I tell you? I do a lot of research and surveys on things like how local communities are operating, everything from the impact of the pandemic on performing arts organizations across the state, and writing reports to the governor on what the state of New Mexico and local municipalities can do to help, especially very hard-hit arts organizations because of COVID. We have sponsored research on things like fiber arts in northern New Mexico and their position in the cultural life of northern New Mexico. I work with a lot of other states as well nationally. I manage an almost $1 million grant in addition to the money I give out with the National Endowment for the Arts. In 2008, I created the process for the American Recovery Act to get money out to New Mexicans. Last year, I created a process to distribute CARES funds. And at this point in time, I'm also creating the process to distributing almost $1 million in funding to local organizations and communities across the state of ARP funds as well. My background is in finance early on. I have a bachelor's degree in accounting. I spent the first part of my career working for high-tech multinationals, both in the United States and across Europe. I came back to the United States and changed my focus into the arts. And here in Santa Fe, I have run Santa Fe Performing Arts at the Army for the Arts Theater I have worked at Recursos de Santa Fe and running the annual Santa Fe Writers Conference and the Southwest Literary Center. And then 13 years ago, moved into the state to be able to help communities and across the state, including here in Santa Fe. I work with 60 organizations here in Santa Fe, from the City of Santa Fe Arts Commission all the way to small organizations, to people like Indigenous Ways. And I also do a lot of teaching on grant writing and fundraising and marketing plans and business plans for all kinds of communities, teachers, and different kind of communities all across the state, and have worked with IAIA quite a lot with their students on grant writing. Also presented to the National Association of Latino groups. I also create convenings for national organizations coming here to Santa Fe, especially like Americans for the Arts, which is the largest arts advocacy organization in the country. Also the National Endowment for the Arts as well. So yeah, that's kind of a basis of a little bit about what I do.
That's a lot. Thank you so much for the details. I was, there was a constituent of mine that was concerned if there was, you had any connection in any way with the multicultural mural removal and or anything related to the state's LATAM Contemporary Museum approval. So can you?
No, New Mexico Arts has no connection to that. That's all through the, the Office of the Secretary of the Department of Cultural Affairs and also the New Mexico Museum of Art. So New Mexico Arts doesn't have anything to do with that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And Ms. Martinez, we had asked you a lot of questions related to your experience. And I think that's all actually possibly in the packet. And I had talked about the importance of ethnic and cultural identity, especially here in the city. It's important to folks. And I want to give you a chance to be able to explain your how you self-identify and your background. And there was a comment from the public about identifying specifically with Dene and Pueblo communities. And so I want to be able to hear from you directly about that. I think there was more details about your background and talking about being mestiza, being part of the mestizaje in New Mexico and being mestiza. And so I think I'd just like to give you a chance to explain that, and as it relates to tribal affiliations or any tribal entities or groups.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor Weber, for having me, and Councilwoman Villarreal. I'm happy to be here. My name is Valerie Martinez, and it is my honor to offer the services of Artful Life for the City of Santa Fe Chart Project. I am the daughter of Exilda Marie Martinez of Española and Jose Ramon Martinez of Santa Fe, granddaughter of Agnes Alice Salazar Trujillo and Ismael Trujillo, of Matiana Martinez and Jesus Maria Martinez, descendant of Hispanic colonizers and indigenous peoples of the Americas, including Hernan Martin Serrano and Juan Perez de Bustillo, colonizers, and Maria de la Cruz, indígena, born 1566 in present-day Mexico, Maria Carmen Herrera, daughter of Maria Roybal, born 1810 in San Ildefonso, and Mamielita Martinez Dene, born 1893 in the Ojo Encino area of present-day New Mexico. I am not an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation nor any of the 19 northern pueblos of New Mexico. Neither did I grow up on the Navajo Reservation nor the Pueblo of San Ildefonso. I was born and raised in Santa Fe, the birthplace of my father, during the tumultuous 1960s and 1970s. I cut my teeth and grew my bones during the decades of the anti-Vietnam War and women's movements, the assassinations of JFK, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and Bobby Kennedy. Like many New Mexicans, I am mixed-blood mestiza. Within me are the sins of my fathers, the colonizers. I acknowledge the atrocities committed by the conquistadores. They are abhorrent to me, and I fully acknowledge the legacy of colonization that affects indigenous people today. I am deeply sorry for the acts committed by my ancestors. I live with these in my blood and so bear the responsibility of dedicating my life's work to acknowledging the truth of the past and working toward a more equitable, just, and compassionate world, one in which the sins of the past will never be repeated. I also acknowledge my Indigenous ancestors, particularly the women who gave birth to many generations of New Mexicans, whether by force or consent. I live with them too in my blood. They have taught me courage and resilience in the face of incalculable loss and odds. They have taught me to endure. They also demand and teach great respect for and stewardship of the sacred and endangered Mother Earth and its creatures. I am also a feminist. As a woman of color, I have faced a lifetime of being defined by others and assigned worth or worthlessness based on my ethnicity and or gender. I am a woman. No one speaks for me. I speak for myself. I was raised by extraordinary parents who instilled in me a deep love for family, kin, place, community, and service. Our childhood home was a hub for many children, adults, elders, and families, whether blood related or not. Everyone was welcome there, especially for food, drink, and animated conversation. And this is where I learned early on to make a welcoming space for those both like and unlike us, and to hear their stories. Stories were at the center of our family life, stories that tether us to the present and to the past, stories terrible and beautiful that served as instructions about how to live and how not to live, and how to continually evolve and lay the foundation for a better future for children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and beyond. At the same time, we lived with much laughter over pozole and tortillas, beans and rice. Humor also forged bonds between us, as laughter tends to do. It is a balm and it is a glue. My parents were educators, and the importance of education was a prime force in our lives. This led me eventually to a professional career as a college and university teacher, where for 23 years I taught literature and writing, with particular emphasis on women writers, especially women of color, Indigenous, Latinx, and American. These women have been my teachers, and deeply so. They too form who I am and what I do. Finally, I'm a poet, and this too defines my place in the world, in community, in culture. Everything I've said to this point informs my work as a writer, as do the years I lived away from New Mexico, in Southern Africa, where I taught in the rural schools during the years of Nelson Mandela's presidency, as have my travels to Mexico, Peru, Israel, Russia, Belgium, France, Germany, Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Swaziland, and other countries. In these places too, I have learned to be who I am and do what I do, especially from people for whom community and creativity is at the heart of daily life. The CHART project invites the widest range of Santa Feans into many months of multi-generational engagement, smaller and larger social and creative gatherings, interviews, dialogue, surveys, learning sessions, and more, with the hope of building a foundation for a more just, equitable, and compassionate future for the community of Santa Fe. If approved, Artful Life's first task would be to issue an open call to residents. Any Santa Fean can apply to become a member of the CHART team that will guide the project. This has always been the way of Artful Life, to enable community members to determine the pathway for a project and then be highly responsive to the dozens of community members who would take part in the process, contributing their stories, perspectives, and wisdom. In this way, CHART would belong not to any one person, but to a community that, through the bonds forged by connection and kinship and the very hard work of undertaking difficult tasks together, finds a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. I was wondering if you could elaborate more. We had talked about this in the committee process about ways to integrate voices and participation from people that and community groups that are typically invisibilized. And I would say voices specifically from Native American communities, or African American communities, immigrant communities, and other community groups of color that are often because they're of a smaller population number, that people do not think that they their opinion or their voice matters. So I would like to know more about how you, and I would actually even include youth in there. How are you planning to integrate those voices that often get overlooked?
I'm actually happy to talk about that. I guess I need some guidance because I don't know if I would be repeating information that's in the proposal, or so I'm not sure how to do that. I'm happy to talk about that and my experience with that.
City Attorney, do you have any guidance?
Sure, Mayor Weber, councilors, Ms. Martinez, I would say certainly don't talk about your proposal. And if this question is related to something that the councilor is asking about from the proposal, if it's just more of a generic philosophy or something like that, then I think the question is probably okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's specific to the proposal, but from your experience in your past work and the projects you've been involved in, how you've been able to integrate voices that have been often disregarded or not given a space to be heard.
That is actually well, thank you, Mayor Weber and Councilor Villarreal. My work with Little Globe and with Artful Life has been about that. It has been about seeking out, especially voices that are not listened to or neglected, and using a very multi-pronged approach to reaching out. So using all the tools available and partnerships with organizations and the wisdom of individuals and groups of people, and meeting people where they are rather than expecting them to come to a session or a public session. A lot of people can't do that. They're working. They have busy lives. So a lot of my work has been with families, because working with families is one of the best ways to reach into communities, to eat with people, to share, spaces, meals, to go into their homes and listen to their stories and sit with their families. And so that has been the way to do this, because you can't engage with people whose voices don't get heard without trying to use every opportunity to listen to them and to reach out to them, and to do so in the widest variety of ways. And so that is central to the effort of what I consider to be a good engagement, community engagement process. It's hard work. It takes time. It takes a lot of listening. It takes a lot of guidance from people and them telling you where to find someone else, or you should talk to so-and-so, or you should meet with this group of people. And so that is the heart of the work.
Thank you. The other piece, or at least questions that I received from constituents, was about ability to have enough time for both of you to lead this process. And Ms. Martinez, you didn't explain what is Artful Life, your contract work, is that the full-time job you have, or you have another job?
I don't have a full-time job right now. I no longer work for the National Hispanic Cultural Center as of last Friday. And so Artful Life is my work. I've been doing that for a very long time. So it's my work.
Okay, that's good to know. And also, I hope I'm saying your last name, Garib, is that right?
Yes, Kara, thank you. All I can say publicly right now is I am scheduled for early retirement in January of next year. Anything else I can't say, since I haven't informed either my boss or my staff. So
I think you just did right now. So, let's see. The other questions I had were pertinent to the proposal and budget, so I will yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Counselor Cassett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Councilwoman Villarreal, for those questions. You covered a lot of what I wanted to hear as well, so I appreciate that. I did, and this might be a question, I believe, perhaps for Pauline. And one of the comments that I've received is the question of why art is a part of this. And besides the fact that it is in the name of CHART. But I would really love, Pauline, maybe if you can provide some insight on why art is such a integral part of this process and how that is really, informing some of the work that is moving forward, because that has been a little bit of the comments that I've received from constituents is, I don't understand why we're talking about art. Why are we focusing on art here? So I'd love to hear your perspective there.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, thank you for that question. To clarify, the request for proposals did not specify that it had to be an art-centered approach. And so those who were applying could use any multitude of strategies. I did not review, I was not part of the evaluation committee, but from what I know of art being a tool and a really good strategy as a way to bring people together, whether it is a hands-on activity, there's an exchange of dialogue, or as an opening. Everyone usually has an opinion about art, whether they like it or don't like it, and that tends to be a really nice gateway for further conversations and setting a common ground versus going into a really tough issue straight on. At least this will help form a common ground and some common threads. So again, it was not mandated by the request for proposals that this had to be an art-centered approach. However, the recommended awardee has that as one of their major tools in their toolkit as a strategy. And I think when we go into executive session, they can share a little bit more about that strategy.
Yeah, thank you, Pauline. I appreciate that. Maybe even getting though a little bit more abstract. Why does art matter here? Because there is a part of our resolution that specifically speaks to artistic monuments. The paper monuments. Whereas comments from the public about the obelisks and the monuments, which are public art. And I think that it is a piece that needs to be recognized as there has been a little bit of pushback that I've heard just about art playing a role in this conversation at all. If that's too abstract at the moment, or Ms. Martinez, if you have a comment here as well, I'd be happy to hear it too.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett. Pauline, I don't know if you wanted to say something. I would go after you if you wanted to say something.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett. Art does matter, especially when it comes to public art. Public art is, what I see, is about telling stories. It's usually site-specific and it engages conversation, and it's really the sharing of our cultural history of who we are, who we want to be, and who we will be in the present moment and beyond. So the substitute resolution for CHART does ask that the community have input on what future monuments should memorialize and contribute to. And so I think we're at a time where that is an issue that's being talked about nationally. So what are the values that we want to see put forth? And art really is about reflecting values. One, it can be aesthetically beautiful, but there's also deeper meaning in that. And so I think that's what the strength of public art is. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Pauline. Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett. I have a different answer to that because the work that we do is about allowing people to engage in non-traditional ways. And what art does is works differently than a forum like this or a meeting like this, where the people who can show up are able to show up and raise their voices. But there are a lot of people who aren't expressive. They're not talkers. And collaborative art making, that's how I define art when it comes to the work that I do, allows everyone to participate. So if you think about it less as art in terms of pieces of art made by individual artists, the work that Art for Life does is about the process of creativity and collaborative co-making. In public forums like this, often dialogue can devolve into the same patterns of engagement or conversation. When you design creative sessions, whether they're making art or not, but they're creative engagement, creative collaboration, you might have people get to make even a small work of art. They participate in a way, they problem solve together in a way, and there's a way of co-making that allows for speech and storytelling. So people think sometimes that it's innocuous, that you're making something at a table together, but it's actually quite profound when people come together to make something together because they engage differently. And my work has seen people learn to listen, learn to solve problems from somebody else, learn to look at a problem or a task differently. And so I think art is incredibly powerful in encouraging people to engage with each other in ways that are different than some of the more traditional engagement forums that we have for all kinds of things. And I don't know if that makes sense, but if you think about art in a non-traditional way, I think that's what community engagement can really benefit from, in addition to all the other ways that people tend to engage, for example, with municipal agencies. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And thank you. And I appreciate that there were two very different answers to this question, because honestly, this is not a process that we can really see going in a straight line. It is going to be a complex, iterative process. I assume that we will hit dead ends and have to turn around, retrace our steps, figure out where the other bend was. Ms. Garrett, do you have something to add to this?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, first of all, I just wanted to add that I totally agree with what you're saying right now. The creative process, this is a creative process, the whole of chart is, but I also want to add that, one of the ways that art is used, and when I say arts or the arts, I'm, talking about literature and poetry, architecture, all of the kinds of arts, filmmaking, photography. This is not just about visual art. So just keeping that in mind, but also the role of art in healing and addressing trauma. And I think that's a really important piece here. We do a lot of work with veterans using art to address PTSD and other trauma symptoms. And I think that's a really important piece of this, especially when you're talking to people who have, cultural and generational trauma, that this is it's a kinder, in some ways, a way of addressing trauma and allowing them to express and address trauma. And that's been proven, especially with our veterans, both here in New Mexico and across the United States. So I think that is a really important piece, for this work, is being able to address trauma in a way that doesn't re-traumatize, for example, and to use a softer, gentle approach to get to some of the really hard core things as a community.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. I think my comment right now is much more of a comment, and thank you for the governing body for letting me take a moment. And I did want to talk about bias, because this is a comment that keeps coming up, is that we are looking for an unbiased process. And that's a unicorn. People come into the room with bias at every single moment. And that is part of why this whole process is happening, is because we really need to be looking at the different biases and the different perspectives that people are working on. So I think that there's kind of this conversation of maybe somebody coming in as a completely blank slate. And I think it would be foolish of us to try to find that. And the reason that I bring this up is we are looking at this RFP and we are looking at this process and we are looking at the city processes that are put in place. And I think that it is important that we not lose sight of that. And also, you know, I frequently have discussed this before, but looking at the work that staff has put in and recognizing that staff is not trying to push an agenda on us, which I think is important to discuss. I've understood, heard the conversation from Councilor Garcia with this concern that there is a predetermined ending to this. And I don't think that I certainly have not seen what the ending to this is. And I think that it is important to look at that and understand that this is going to be messy. I really do. This is going to be a messy process. There's no way that it can't be. And I think that what I'm really looking for as we are looking at this contract, one, our processes and following our processes, and also as we continue to look at opportunities to improve our processes. We've had that conversation throughout the night on a number of different items, and we are always looking for those opportunities. That's our job as a governing body. But also, how do we balance the variety of voices, of strong opinions, of lived experiences that are coming in? And, that's why I really appreciated Councilwoman Villarreal's questioning about how are you raising up those voices? And what that process looks like. So I bring this up because I think that sometimes we do get a little caught in this idea of we're looking for somebody who can come in and have no past experiences or any type of perceptions or perceived notions and just be a complete blank slate, and it just doesn't exist. And we are humans, and we are dealing with human emotion and identity, and this is going to be messy. And how do we lean into the mess in such a way that we move the needle a little bit closer to where we are hoping to go, which honestly, at the moment, I'm not even sure where that is. I feel like we're kind of in the woods. We have these kind of giant ideals, but as we continue this conversation, both tonight and then throughout the next year and whatever that next step is, I just hope that we can continue to look at that and recognize that we are all trying to find answers to something that there really isn't a clear answer to. So I thank you guys for allowing me that moment to just express those thoughts and hopefully set the stage for how this conversation looks this evening. Thank you.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just piggyback on that a little bit. Thank you, Councilor Cassett, for those thoughts, and thank you, Councilwoman Villarreal, for your line of questioning. I do have a question, but I also want to just recommend to the community, to my colleagues, a book called Biased by Jennifer Eberhardt, and very interesting book about how we all have biases. And I think it's something that Councilwoman Villarreal has, advocated for over and over, is that we do what's the term?
Implicit or
Implicit
unconscious bias.
Yeah, implicit or unconscious bias training, because we all have these things. And so how do you bring them to the surface, and how do you move past them and get to the place where you can be productive? So just recommend that book, and thank you for those thoughts. I guess my question, and this is the person I tend to be, you've talked about this. I'm going to ask the question a little bit more directly. Can you Valerie and Janice, tell us, what is your role in this process? What we are hiring you all to do what for us?
Janice, do you want to go first, or I can?
Sure. So Valerie and I, in our, I won't talk about it, are co-directors of this, if we are chosen, of this process. And we chose to be co-directors because we both bring complementary skills to this project. You can hear from our backgrounds that although we have a lot of community work, it's very different. Certainly from my end, what I see our job is to create a space to facilitate these conversations, to hold that space, to be able to bring out the voices that are often silenced or quiet or not heard, to create a team of people from the community to be able to do the hands-on work that needs to be done. A very varied team to be able to bring in all those kinds of voices that certainly are different from ours, are both Valerie's and myself, to be able to have a wide team to be able to work in the community and from the community. So I really feel is to create this space or this vessel to allow the community to do the work that it needs to do, and that we are the, if we're chosen, we are the shepherd. Whoever is chosen is the shepherd of that process, and to create a wide enough space for anybody who wants to participate. So that's how I see it in a nutshell.
Thanks, Janice. Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero-Worth. Really, our job is in part to be very organized, because in order to do this kind of work, it takes a lot of coordination. So to invite people into a truly collective process, we have got to have all of our ducks in a row. When we talk about this multi-pronged approach to, engaging people and allowing their voices in, that takes the work of the co-directors to enable that to happen through a lot of organization. So the first thing is to this open call for the team. The community-based team is the one who provides so much of the wisdom. We provide experience and expertise as well as the logistical chop, so to speak. But the chart facilitation team provides some of a lot of the community wisdom as well as their individual skills. So we're going to look at a configuration of the team in some ways that can push the work forward. But it's our job, right, to keep that, to meet all of our benchmarks and standards, all of our deadlines, to spend the money as it's meant to be spent, as it is outlined in the budget, and to make the space that Janice is talking about for the work to happen as a collective endeavor. So that's how I'd answer that question, in addition to agreeing with Janice and everything that she said.
Great, thank you. And I guess I would just point to the contract, page 10 of 72, or I guess it's the introduction. It's the introduction. I guess it's before the contract, but and it talks about the scope of the procurement, and it says, and the ideal consultant, which may be a firm or a team, will have experience and cultural competency, particularly with the communities of northern New Mexico, specifically within the city of Santa Fe, demonstrated community-centered practice with experience conducting community engagement, stakeholder facilitation, and strategic planning processes. Have facilitators and/or team members who are of and from Santa Fe's various Santa Fe communities. Expertise as relates to issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and ability to authentically engage stakeholders of diverse backgrounds with competency. To your point, strong administrative and organizational skills to manage complex and multi-layer project initiatives from start to finish. Track record of client collaboration and clear communication. And it goes on, but I think you went through the RFP process. The RFP committee thought that you demonstrated these things and gave you the points to be our recommended awardee. So I just wanted to, I guess, point out some of the things that were looked for in the person who we would grant this contract. And I really appreciate your answer to my question about what your role is in this process. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Counselor Lindell, and then we have Counselor Abeyta and Counselor Vihil-Coppler.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Welcome. Thank you for being here this evening. I just want to say a couple of things. I don't see the outcome of this being predetermined. I think the outcome of this is very not predetermined. I have no idea what the outcome is. Just no idea. I don't know what we call success or failure in the outcome of this is. Is this the right process? We don't know. But we've identified this process, took a lot of time doing it, and I think it deserves our commitment to work as hard as we can at it, to see where it does take us. I have no idea where this takes us. But I hope that our commitment is to be better. I hope so. It's a big risk, but nothing here is predetermined as far as I'm concerned. But if we don't put our best efforts into this, and maybe it's not the right process, but we'll find out. But if we do nothing, we'll get nothing. And all we'll do is continue to focus on our differences. And what I do know is that the one thing I'm sure of is that we can do better than what we're doing right now. I'm sure of it. So if you are awarded this contract, I pledge my best effort to be a part of, and I wish you all kinds of luck with it because I think you're going to need it. And I'd like to see other people make a commitment to see the process through and see where it does take us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Abeyta?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. And I don't know, you may have covered this with Councilwoman Villarreal's questions, but maybe I didn't catch it, but for Artful Life, were you the same group that did the Albuquerque process? Because one thing that we heard early on, or what we were, and I heard, was you guys are just going to hire the same people that did Albuquerque, and that's problematic. Did you participate in that? Were you the group that oversaw that?
Mayor Weber and Councilor Abeyta, thank you for the question. Artful Life was not involved in any way in the Albuquerque process.
Okay, thank you. And for this next question is for staff. Is there a termination clause in this contract, and if so, can we terminate it if something, we don't like the way it's going or something goes wrong over the course of the next year?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Abeyta, yes, in the contract template, there is a termination clause. And I'm trying to scroll down to that in the contract, just a moment. Bear with me, it's a very long packet, isn't it?
Or maybe legal could answer right off. Can this contract be terminated at any point? And if so, who initiates that? And how do we do it?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Abeta, it's section 4 of the contract, which is page 66 of the packet. Yes, so the answer is yes. May be terminated by either party with 30 days notice prior to the intended date of termination. And the city would just pay for the work that had been provided up until that point.
Okay, great, thank you. I guess my comments are, we live in a participatory democracy, for better or worse. And so if you want something, you have to participate. If you want the obelisk to be put back up, you need to participate. If you want it to be taken down completely, you need to participate. If you want something in between, you have to participate. And CHART is our attempt as a governing body to get people to participate. As my colleague, Councilor Garcia said, we have worked on this for over a year. We ultimately approved this process unanimously as a governing body, and this contract, the scope of work, mirrors that resolution completely and exactly. And so I think it's time that we get it out of our hands and put it into the hands of the public so that it's time for them to participate. And so I look forward to that. As Mr. Gabaldon, one of the speakers earlier this evening, said, I think there's a lot of people who feel like him, that they are ready for us to start talking. And when you look at the scope of work, there are different ways for us to talk and for us to participate. Groups and organizations who we've heard from over the last year are able to participate. They're not going to be excluded. Individuals are able to. And I think we all worked hard on this over the past year, and we came up with something that I think we're ready to put out finally. And so with that, Mayor, I will, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vihil-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have a few questions, and I want to first make a comment with regard to process. And, it appears to me that every time most times that we consider contractors and selection of contractors and bids and the like, we've done it a little differently each time. And so I think there is some confusion, at least on my part, about what documentation this council was privy to, what kinds of information were sent to us, and whether, it never occurred to me that I could invite any one of the candidates here out to meet for any reason, because I guess I'll compare it to how we handled this during the Midtown selection process. Everything was top secret, and we could not know even who was on the selection committee. We couldn't see the documents for a very long time. It was very frustrating, nor could the public, which is understandable at a certain period of time. And this time around, we got documentation, which I wasn't used to receiving. So it is a little different. And I don't fault my fellow Councilor Garcia for questioning what he's questioning, because it is out of the ordinary how we have, how this has been organized and what kind of behavior has been, behavior in terms of receipt of documents has been sent to us and how we are to handle it. We even had something new presented to us, an Adobe signature where you had to sign a conflict of interest form for some reason for receiving whatever documents we did get, which is strange because, as I mentioned back to administration, is I already signed one. It's on file, and it was sent in by the due date. And I never received, I asked a question, is why is this different? And I never received anything back. Consequently, I have not signed that document, but here I am tonight. I have all kinds of available information available to me. So it is quite different from what we have been given and how we have evaluated proposals or contracts before. And so, I guess we just have to roll with it. And so I don't blame anyone for either sticking up or chastising the process, because it is not the same every time. I wish it was more streamlined and more explainable to us, but we just sort of had to dive in. I had questions about process in the Public Works Committee meeting and asked for direction on what was appropriate to ask, and said, no, those questions are for executive session. And so I said, okay, I'll keep my process comments to myself until we have some. Although tonight, the comment was, if you have questions about process, you can ask them. So we have all been asking questions about process. So I'm glad for that, because then the public gets to see an example of all of our opinions and our questions about process. So that's all I have to say about process. We're in the thick of it, and I appreciate being here for that. Councilor Garcia had a question about periodic reporting, and it's I don't remember if it was page 61 or 64. It said the reporting period to the governing body would be to be determined. And I don't usually like open-ended things like that in a contract, because then you can't hold anybody accountable. It's too late. And so my question is for Pauline or for the city attorney. I would like to ask about the original, the actual resolution we passed when we created CHART. I seem to recall a conversation among the governing body about reporting. And I'm wondering if there's anything in that resolution that required reports.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel Coppler, I will look at the resolution if you give me a few moments. And if there is reporting that is specified, I know there is a reporting mandate, but I don't recall if it was very specific to a time. So I will relook at the substitute resolution for that language.
I thank you for that.
We can incorporate that.
So if there is some kind of requirement in that resolution that requires reporting and it's specific, then I believe it should be in this contract, and that we shouldn't leave it open as to be determined. So I'll move from that. The other question I have is, and maybe this is not a good question for this venue, but I don't recall references, and that could be getting into the evaluation of the proposals. And I can skip that question. Perhaps the city attorney could weigh in, but I wanted to ask about, I know there was a question about whether this company participated in the Albuquerque chart. And, but so the answer was no. And I wondered, I know that the proposal required references, and I wondered if those were provided, and we don't have to say what they were, but did we receive references for this candidate?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, in the email that I sent out to the council, I believe it was last week, excuse me if I'm mistaken, I did create a packet that included the proposal, references, the technical proposal, the references submitted, and the cost proposal for each of the proposals we received.
Okay, and I did review those, and I wanted to just ask the question because actually sitting here tonight, I couldn't remember. So thank you for that. So I too had a question about art, and I appreciate the answers to the questions that were given about the art. Now, so I am a little confused, and I'd like some clarification. Now, when I reviewed some of the information that was given to us about the approach, I saw that art was included, and I thought, and maybe that is the case, I thought that it was going to be some kind of psychotherapy of sort, for lack of a better word, to enhance facilitation of agreement among the parties who would come and speak to this, all of the issues. And I know it's been used in various mediums where you have people create things to better explain where they're coming from. And then so you start with dialogue, and it kind of helps begin a discussion about whatever it is. So I wasn't sure if that was a method or technique that you would be using, or are you actually talking about what kind of art is going to replace the obelisk? I'm not sure. And so coupled with that, in this proposal, in this contract, it says in here somewhere, forgot that I messed up the page, but it says that the contractor would try to get pay for the artists. So that doesn't seem to follow with what I thought the therapy type medium or facilitation medium of using art would be, because you wouldn't pay people to do that. So is the object here to actually come out with new statues or other kinds of things to permanently put on the plaza or elsewhere? Because you speak about doing art at Midtown as well. So I'm not sure where that's going, and I'm not sure that this has enough money in here to even pay artists. And if there is art to be placed or to be downtown, because you do speak to downtown, perhaps the plaza, is this art going to be temporary or permanent? And if it is, what is the H board? Does this have to go through the H board? And then lastly, I don't know if that would resolve anything, because beauty is in the eye of the beholder, or appropriateness is in the eye of the beholder. And will we then start another discussion about who likes this and who doesn't like this? And I know that's a big old long discussion I've had, and I'm just, part of it is just trying to explain the rationale behind my thinking, but some of the answers may be quite clear to you. And so I'd appreciate if you could cover at least clarify the art portion.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Viejo Coppler, thank you for the question. Again, for the scope of work for the chart process is the art activations, and those are temporary art activations, and we're defining art very broadly. Again, if you think about our Culture Connects document that was created back in 2016, I believe, we define culture as, it could be art, it could be poetry, it could be cooking, it could be things like that. So any under the umbrella of arts and culture, there will be temporary art activations throughout the city. And then with regards to your question, if we were to do something downtown, of course, we would work within the historic districts. But again, temporary art, which is like 90 days, is allowable, I believe. But again, we would definitely work with our colleagues in the historic preservation unit. But that's one track that the artists who are doing the art activations would be paid.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear exactly what you said about being paid.
The artists who are engaging in the temporary art activations would be compensated. They would be paid.
Because this contract, or somewhere, maybe it was in the proposal, I'm not sure, it said they would like to be paid or something to that effect. So what I'm hearing is we're going to move from what some people thought was appropriate and not appropriate in the middle of the plaza to perhaps getting the groups that come to this to create art to put somewhere else in a less than 90-day time period. And that's part of this process to get people to come together.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Viejo Coppler, the model of the art activations, and we mentioned this, which was in the substitute resolution, was a model called Paper Monuments, and that was a temporary art series, let's say, that manifested itself in different ways, whether it was projections, whether it was a pop-up of a long dining table and bringing people together over food. That is a way to engage in different ways. And I think Ms. Martinez explained it very well about different ways to engage people, because not everyone is going to be comfortable sitting around and talking to each other. So this is something to bring them together. It can happen throughout the city. And it is a way to gather more stories, more data, and build connections. And again, temporary throughout the course of the 12 months.
Well, okay. I hope it works. It is, I have been involved in various facilitations of conflict resolution, and this is new to me. And so the part that surprises me is that this is going to exit the roundtables or wherever this is going to happen, and then end up in the public somewhere. And that's okay if it works. But it's a little bit of an extension of what I was thinking this whole project and process was going to be about. And I'm a psychology major. I know how these things can work. I'm not saying that they can't, but it is quite a bit of chewing off into another realm, which to me either can create trouble or good trouble. I'm not sure, but there are a lot of people who have different opinions about everything. And so we're going to create another medium to try to resolve something. I'm willing to take a look and give it a try, but it's just not what I am comfortable with and what I know works. But I think that it's something that, is worth a try. So I wish you all the best in that regard.
Mayor Weber and Councilor Vihil Coppler, thank you so much. And I just want to add something, and I'll send all of you actually maybe a list of resources. So there is this very beautiful discipline body of work or discipline of arts and community development or creative community engagement, which I think would help to address a lot of your questions and really talk about this field that we work in terms of how the arts can be utilized not only to bring people together, but how this field is related to public works of art, temporary works of art, permanent works of art. And so if you would maybe join me on that journey a little bit, Janice and I can send you all a list of resources and books that belong to this body of work that might be helpful. I want to say to you that, I came into this work without much experience in it. I had experience as a poet and working with other writers and artists, but I learned this work through my work with Little Globe and then my work with Art for Life over the past 14 years. And it's been a very profound journey for me to learn about the power of the arts to do all of the things that are the goal of the CHART project. And so if you're willing, we'll be happy to send you some information and certainly talk with you and other members of the council in any way about this work, which is evolving, and I learn from with each and every project with the help of all of the community members that are involved. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I would be interested in that. Thank you. And then I have one last question, and it's been stated by people in the community when they saw some of the background here about your work, and that is your involvement in the Entrada. And of course, we don't have it anymore. So it seems some members of the community feel a loss, and it's primarily the Hispanic community because that was part of their tradition. And so what do you say to those people who feel like the city is embarking on selecting a contractor who had some involvement in the tradition that they lost with the Entrada? How do you appease that population?
Mayor Weber, Councillor Vigil Koppler, thank you for that. So my involvement was after the fact of the decision having been made. So as you all know, there was a year-long process in which the Caballeros and the Archdiocese of Santa Fe and the Pueblos engaged in that conversation. And after a year, they made that decision together. And then I, along with a group of other writers, a very diverse group of writers, were asked to write the proclamation. So the decision had been made. But what was beautiful about that process for us was we had to write that proclamation by looking at all the notes of all of those sessions, the difficulty of making that decision, but also some of the moments around when they agreed to make that decision and to reflect some of the language of that. And so my involvement was after the fact of the decision. And the reason why I accepted to be part of that was because I thought it was remarkable that they had come to a decision. I don't think, anybody, sort of like going into this process, a very difficult process. And so I felt that to honor the process that they had gone through in order to come to a decision about a very difficult thing, I felt that I could play a part with the other writers in creating a proclamation that reflected just the difficulty of this thing, but also the fact that all of those individuals and parties and communities had been able to come to a decision together. And so that was my part in it. And I guess you can all judge for yourselves based on the proclamation, whether this group of 5 writers was able to and the people who were involved in that process faithfully reflect the spirit of that decision in the proclamation.
Thank you for that. I think that it's important for the public to hear what you have to say about that, because there was a spirit of cooperation, I believe. But what we know now from the Hispanic group is that now, if they had seen what was going to happen in the future, which is the loss of another historic monument in the plaza and what it represented, there's another loss. So I don't think anybody ever imagined that that would happen to the plaza. And so it's important for, I think, people to understand what your role was, because, it's sort of having to be on the defensive going in, maybe not. And so I think communication and being upfront and disclosing is really important to start with a clean slate where everybody understands what your role was, because I don't think it's clearly understood by some in the public. So thank you for answering that question. And so I'd like to ask Pauline if you have an answer or on the to be determined issue regarding the reports.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Viejo Koppler, I did look at the substitute resolution, And it does state a minimum of, excuse me, minimum quarterly progress report. So I believe I like the wording that Counselor Garcia provided. And I'll go back to that, my notes, no less than, and see with city attorney what we can add. And I'm not sure how that works, city attorney McSherry.
However, Ms. Kamayama, did we have a sample contract in the RFP and did it have that language?
There was a, Mayor Weber and city attorney McSherry, there was a template, a sample contract in there, and I will look at it to verify what the language was in there. I'll find it.
And then, and if the contractor was fine with was it no less than quarterly that we're talking about, then we could all, if they're fine with adding that in, then we could probably add that in, as long as it has essentially as much as was required in the sample contract.
And I will look that up in just a moment, but keep that in mind. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you, Ms. McSherry. So do I hear you say that because we did as a governing body pass that substitute resolution and it had that language in, that we need to abide by it? I believe, I prefer that we do.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihil Coppler, actually didn't say anything about the substitute resolution, which I understand requires reports to the governing body and maybe doesn't identify by whom. But what I'm hearing is that Pauline and Christine have believe that they would like to involve the contractor in those reports and that would make sense.
Well, I think it fits nicely into the language that is missing in this contract before us, where it inserts to be determined when we already have something on record which requires it. So that would be something that I would suggest we do to amend this contract.
I guess the question, the implicit question then to the city attorney is, what is the appropriate approach for amending that the lack of specification in the contract with what had been said in the resolution regarding a not less than quarterly report, and having it be part of the contractor's responsibility rather than leaving it open as to who would provide that report? Because I think I heard you say that it could have been simply our staff that would provide that report. By inserting it into the contract, it becomes also an expectation of the contract agent.
Mayor Weber, that's correct. So I'm not sure if the contractor, the proposed awardee has any concerns about adding that language into the contract. We would need both parties to agree. And then we would need a motion to amend the main motion to adopt the contract with that language in it.
I guess, Ms. Martinez, is that something you would accept as an amendment to the contract, putting you on the
Mayor,
spot?
sorry, if Mayor Weber, if I could also just add a quick note of clarification that in the resolution, this is just additional context for the proposed awardee, but that as it was mentioned, the governing body will be provided at a minimum quarterly progress reports to be informed about participation levels and activities that have been undertaken. So I just want Valerie and Janice to know what was outlined in the resolution that would be reported specifically, and that was the participation levels and activities that had been undertaken on a quarterly basis. So sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to just note that that
Right.
was outlined in the resolution.
Right. It was very clearly laid out as we considered that we were not going to be asking for progress reports toward outcome, but rather how well the process was unfolding and whether people were participating and the kinds of engagement that was happening, as opposed to have you come up with, or has the community come up with any tentative conclusions? That's not the expectation that was embedded in that resolution. It was more, in effect, how is the process working?
Mayor Weber, I can speak to that, and Janice, please add if you will, but I don't think we have any problem. We're accustomed in our work to making reports on the progress of an unfolding project. I think it's extremely important to do that because people need to know and deserve to know what's happening and what we're doing. Janice?
No, I don't have any objections to do it. It's a very typical thing to do.
Thank you. So as I heard the city attorney say, we'd need an amendment to the motion to add that as a stipulation in the contract.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to amend the motion to include the at least quarterly reports.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to amend the main motion to add that as the specified frequency of reports. I guess as a matter of process, as a procedural process, would we vote on that motion at this time? So we have a motion. Is there discussion about it from the governing body? Seems to be convivial. Could the clerk call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Michal Koppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion amendment has been approved.
Okay, so we now have a main motion as amended, Counselor.
Yes.
You still have the
I
floor.
do have the floor, and I just wanted to end by thanking the all involved, the staff and the proposed contractors for your answers. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I think Counselor Rivera hasn't had a chance yet, so I'll give Counselor Rivera the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. My question's for Ms. Martinez. We heard that everyone brings biases into a process like this, and I think your prepared statement tonight may leave a lot of the public that is watching interpreting it many different ways. So can you just briefly assure us and assure the public how you as a facilitator will keep your biases out of the process as much as possible, and maybe how you go about doing that as a facilitator?
Thank you, Councilor Rivera, for the question. Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera. It's not my job to weigh in or put any sort of imprint. Of course, I, like anybody, have bias, implicit bias. I also say that, you know, we swim in the waters and the atmosphere of racism. It's hard to be born or live in the world without the influences that influence all of us. It's something that we have to be vigilant about, all of us, including myself. As co-director of the project, as I said, my primary job is to enable the project to unfold according to the scope of work, according to this philosophical approach that it will be the people involved in this process who guide the process forward. In many ways, those who participate in all the ways that we seek to engage them, they determine the motion of this project. They determine the questions. They determine when this idea of a community solutions table, we are going to be gathering so much information in very many forms. The quantitative information of who attends and where they come from and all of that, and all of the qualitative information that will be generated during this project, which will be considerable. And that is going to determine things moving forward, not me by any stretch of the imagination. My job is to facilitate, as you said, to make sure that we are reaching as many people as possible and listening to what they have to say, and in making safe spaces where people will listen to each other and more deeply understand each other. That is my job. And that is the work in large part. And so whatever biases I have, in some ways get lost, I mean, or aren't as important as the perspectives of those who participate. And so I can't do anything but facilitate the forward motion of the project. It is the people who are involved in this project that are going to determine whatever recommendations come at the end of this. And there will be a lot of information for everyone to look at and to help us more deeply understand who we are as a community, to more deeply understand what our history is, and to collectively chart a path toward the future that's just beginning with this one-year project. There's so much work to be done, as you've all echoed. It's hard work, it's painstaking work, but it is work that I believe does make a difference. I've seen it make a difference in communities that are facing considerable challenges. So this belongs to a lot of people, and that's what the voice will be in the end, is a collective voice, not the voice of one person, not the perspective of singular persons, but the collective imaginings and wisdom of a community.
Great. Thank you very much. That's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia, you have your hand up. I want to note it's 11 o'clock. We may want to consider the 11:30 timeline we have, and if we want to suspend that after you've spoken, maybe we should do something like that, depending on where you want to take us now.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions are pretty quick in that sense. Thumbing through the chart resolution, there's to be weekly updates with the facilitators and the chart team. Is that written into the contract?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, I am checking.
And while you're checking, maybe then I can go to my second question. And I think this might be better directed for Mayor Weber. I noticed that in the resolution also, it stated that the work is to be completed at the end of December 30th, 2021. And you had introduced a resolution tonight to extend the work that's in chart. So is that to reflect the 6:30 date?
Correct.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And so Pauline, if you need some time to get that answered, we can, oh, you got it? Okay.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia. So under our agreement, section 1, scope of work under administration, number 5, this is conduct regular check-in sessions for this. Oh, that's for facilitators. Sorry, let me keep looking for that.
Sure. Okay. And we can check in after we come out of executive session, just to give you some time. No other questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move the previous question.
Okay. Can you, would you please repeat what you said and then?
I move the previous question.
So that you are our parliamentarian. Give me a little briefing on what you just did.
I think that we should vote on this. And if you don't want to vote on this, if you're not ready to vote on this, then you vote no. And we go to whatever the next thing is we want to do as a group.
So, Aaron, I really haven't brushed up, still haven't brushed up on my Robert's Rules of Orders when it comes to these kinds of motions. Could you help us here?
Sure, Mayor Weber, councilors, this needs a second. It's not debatable and would require, I believe, a 2/3 majority. I'll double check the 2/3 part.
Double check the 2/3 part, please.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
So those of us that have questions that were pertinent to an executive session or required in executive session, that means we don't get to go to executive session with this motion?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
But I'll withdraw the motion and we can have a conversation about whether we really need to go to executive session. I mean, we've had executive session.
Yeah, but I think some folks didn't get to, and there were a couple questions, at least from my point of view, I just wanted to clarify from the budget that I can't ask here. So.
Okay, I withdraw.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone else had questions
So,
in that regard. I actually think it'll be fairly quick because we've already done executive session, but.
well, all right. It seems like there's an appetite for at least some opportunity to ask these questions that cannot be taken up in this forum. I do think we should suspend I don't want to go into executive session, come out at 11:29 to go back into an executive session. So could we get a motion to suspend our?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so the motion is that we are not going to end at 11:30 tonight. We'll go beyond that. There's a motion from Councilor Mayorworth, seconded by Councilor Rivera. Can we please call the roll on that, and then we will move forward?
I thought it was withdrawn, sorry.
The motion to vote on the
This is
on the exact on the
I withdrew.
Councilor
Yeah.
Mayorworth withdrew her calling of the question in effect.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. But we do, if we're going to go into executive session, for which I sense some appetite, we do need to be able to go beyond 11:30. So call the roll on the motion to suspend our 11:30 time limit, please.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
No.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Mayor,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 6, for discussion of a competitive sealed proposal solicited pursuant to the City of Santa Fe Procurement Code.
Second.
So we have a motion to go into executive session from Councilor Rivera, second from Councilor Romero Worth. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Lindell.
She said yes.
I said yes.
All right. Thanks, Counselor. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes. Very
Motion
good.
Has been
We will-
approved.
We're going to go, we're going to leave this chamber now and go into executive session. We're live on YouTube. We are back in the executive session. We're not all back, but there's a quorum. So Councilor Rivera, do you want to bring us back?
Sure. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merworth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Very good. We're back in session now. Councilwoman Villarreal, you had a question that applied in open session, so you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. This is for staff, for Director Kamiyama. So there was a comment from the petitions from the floor about a potential conflict of interest of Ms. Martinez. Her mother serves on the Arts Commission, so I wanted to hear from you if you see that as a conflict of interest and how the Arts Commission will be involved with this process or not. If you could just give us your perspective on that, please.
Sure. Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, thank you for the question. Commissioner Martinez was not involved with the procurement process, and actually only the Vice Chair Adelma Snako, who was on the evaluation committee, was, and she signed a confidentiality and non-disclosure form as required by procurement. So no one on the Arts Commission knew who the applicants were, and did not, and have up till this point have not seen the proposal. Now, with regards to the recommended awardee or any awardee, the consultant team would work, or the Arts Commission and the Arts and Culture Department will be involved with collaborating and partnering with the consultant team on the different scopes of work, but again, taking the lead of the consultant team, but helping them with list of arts organizations, nonprofits, other groups that we've worked with and collaborated with, as well as our other city departments. So working with community youth services, senior services, parks and recreation, fire and police, our HR group as well, to get as wide span as possible. So it won't be just our department and or our commission, but I anticipate reaching out citywide to all our advisory bodies as well, to make it truly a citywide process.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Was there another question on that?
I'm sorry, what, I'm missing something here.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So I was explaining to Councilwoman Villarreal that during one of the recent Art Commission special meetings that Ms. Martinez's mother during the meeting had expressed to the Arts Commission that her daughter had been selected as the recommended entity for chart and had explained that to the group. And so I just wanted to put that out there because it was in relevance to your question. And I didn't know how there was a potential conflict with that, but it was stated during a public meeting last month, or I think May or last month, sometime, one of the recent special Arts Commission meetings. So that was to clarify, Mr.
Okay, I'm not sure there's a question there. You were just clarifying. Councilwoman Villarreal, you still have the floor.
I think all my questions were answered in the public forum and then also in executive session. Thank you.
Let's see, Councilor Vihel Coppler, I see your hand first and then Councilor Garcia.
Thank you. I'm not sure Counselor Garcia is going to have the same comment, but before we went into executive session and before the motion was made that was withdrawn, there was a question, and I can't remember what it was, but it led me to wonder whether we needed to take another look at the chart, at the chart substitute resolution and make sure that everything we spent hours and hours talking about and that we eventually passed made its way into the outcome of this contract before us. And I think Counselor Garcia had a question about one of the items in the resolution, which I can't remember, but I just wanted to go back to that because I don't want to come back out of this and think that all the time we spent on that resolution, which was quite a lot, that we just sort of forgot or excused anything that was required in that, because that was frankly a big reason why I voted in the affirmative on it. And I would not want that work to go to waste and have an outcome in this contract which didn't address some of the matters in there. So thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that was going to be my question. And I think Ms. Director Kamayama had her hand up, so.
Very good.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, and Counselor Vihel-Coppler, thank you. I had the opportunity to look it up in the contract, and it's under scope of work, administration number 8, and I believe we can add the specificity to it, but it states that we will coordinate and set meeting schedule with the city project team. So again, that would be with the consultant team and the city project team, and we can put in there to reflect directly what the substitute resolution said, to be weekly. We can add that word in as long as, if I recall, City Attorney McSherry counseled that the consultant team would also be amenable to that.
Well, I think it's part of the resolution, so I'll make the motion to make an amendment to the contract to add the meetings at a weekly rate.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? There's a motion from Counselor Garcia, second from Counselor Vihel-Coppler to have in the contract specific language for weekly project meetings with city and the contractor. Is there any discussion? Any concerns?
Just
Counselor
want to
Cassett?
confirm, sorry, thank
Yeah,
you.
go ahead, Counselor Cassett.
So I'm just confirming, so this would be weekly meetings between the contractor and I'm assuming Pauline and Christine? Is that correct? So I guess my biggest question is just knowing how intense workloads have been for many of our city staff. Is that doable for the both of you in a way that would be productive and helpful towards the process? Is weekly meetings the right interval for both balancing your time as well as productivity?
Pauline, do you want to? Pauline and I already meet on a weekly basis for this project. We have a carved out period of time. So I anticipate that we probably will be meeting much more than one time a week on this project, and we've blocked time on our calendars to do so. But Mayor Weber and Councilor Cassett, I absolutely appreciate the question and concern. We appreciate that time sensitivity.
Absolutely, and thank you. So that was my only question. Thanks so much.
Okay. Other questions about this? In that case, we have a motion. We have a second to amend the main motion a second time. Could you call the roll on this motion, please?
Yes, Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Councilor Garcia, you still have the floor.
That was it. No other questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions from the governing body? I think anyone, I think we're closing in on a vote. I would like, I don't have a question, but I do want to take the opportunity to make some comments. It seems to me that we've had a very intense conversation tonight and in the past and at all the committees. And I think it is worthwhile to take a step back from some of the details, which are important, and some of the questions, which are useful, and reflect on where we are tonight. Should we approve this contract? Nothing is finished. Something important is beginning. I see it as a historic opportunity for this community, not only to look toward our history, but to create our future. If you look at what's going on around the country, there's a national movement going on to face history and a counter movement to ignore history, to bury history, to distort history. We have also seen some short-lived moments where very brief nods have been made toward the issue of historic truth and reconciliation. The Tulsa Massacre that was reflected on not long ago was a 2-day news story, and then it disappeared. Something that happened 100 years ago and destroyed an entire community occupied the front pages of our newspapers for 2 days and now has vanished. And that is another tragedy. We are seeing some people who would like to erase history, some people who would like to ignore history, some people who would like to apply a happy face to history, when we know that history of the United States, history of New Mexico, history of Santa Fe combines pain and celebration. It combines suffering with resiliency. And we focused tonight about the issues of Native Americans and Hispanics as if that's the only history in front of us. We have the history of the arrival of the Anglo community and its impact here in Santa Fe. We have a Japanese internment camp not far from here that needs to be remembered. We have neighborhoods that were built in the 1950s in Santa Fe as planned developments with restrictive covenants, where people were told that if they were African American or Asian American, they not only couldn't buy a home in that neighborhood, they were not supposed to stay in that neighborhood after dark. That's history. It's also history that we've had incredible compassion, intermarriages, interfaith support of peoples of all walks of life, colors, backgrounds, races, genders, economic levels. People from all parts of the world have contributed to making Santa Fe the diverse and remarkable place that we are. So we have, in this vote tonight and what happens next, a choice. There are still people in the United States who would prefer to sow division and doubt and anger as their way of expressing themselves, who would like to cast aspersions on people who don't look like them, or who don't talk like them, or who don't vote like them. There are people who would like to create serious and permanent divisions that prevent healing and a positive future from taking place. And then there is a historic opportunity and a choice to engage in a community-wide dialogue with open participation, with more democracy, with more opportunity for people to have their voices heard and their experiences registered. The voice of the people of Santa Fe, all of the people of Santa Fe. So just as we're seeing in the United States, we are a microcosm. The choice is between anger and division or hope and unity. There is nothing guaranteed about the chart process. It's a process. There is no guaranteed outcome. There is no predestined decision. There isn't even a boundary to what can be discussed. There are no safety rails on democracy. Democracy is an experiment that has to be proven every single day and tested and reaffirmed every single day. We do that by participating in this process, by proving that Santa Fe can rise to this occasion the way we've done in the past, by putting our best selves forward, by answering to our better angels, by putting division and doubt and anger to the side, and instead embracing engagement, participation, and democracy. It's not a guaranteed outcome because it is all about us. It's all about the people of our community leaning into this moment. I have no doubt that people want to lean into it, that people want to participate, that people want to have their voices heard and listen to each other as well as talk to each other. And if we vote for this contract tonight, that's the process we're setting into motion. I sincerely hope we will adopt the contract. I sincerely join with Councilor Lindell in pledging my best efforts, my better angels, to listen, to learn, to show respect, dignity to everyone in our community as we face our past in order to face a better future. Thank you. We have a motion that has been amended twice. Are there other comments or questions at this time? If not, could the clerk please call the roll on the motion as amended?
Yes, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merworth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to tell the community, as we begin this process, it's critical that we all move forward with open hearts, open minds, respect, and trust. Trust is critical in this process. And it's going to take, as Councilor Beta said, every single one of us. And we have to be involved in the process or else the process fails. So with that, please get out, participate, tell your story. That is critical. Please tell your story, because that's the way we will grow as a community, and not grow individually. We'll grow together. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. With that, our work for tonight is completed, and